Chapter 477. The sudden shout, with a hint of disturbance, made the entire auction house quiet down in an instant. Everyone's gaze turned to the golden VIP seats that had been empty just now. Their gazes were very strange, and the tenor who shouted 6 million also stared at the stage in a daze. Then, he also looked at the VIP seat. Gritting his teeth, the tenor patted his blue robe, raised his right hand, and shouted, 9 million, 10 million. Before the tenor's shout could leave his throat, it was interrupted by another shout from the man in the windbreaker. The former's hand froze in midair, and he swallowed the shout. His face turned red, and his lungs were squeezed, and his body almost fell to the ground. Even the people in the auction house were puzzled. He had increased the price 3 times in one go, and he was competing with them. What was he doing? You! The tenor's cheeks twitched wildly. He had been in the auction house for so many years, but he had never seen someone so powerful. He was actually bidding with himself. Even the auctioneer on the stage was puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is this 8 million or 10 million? 10 million. Why can't I?" Yun Nuashing flicked her light purple hair and smiled faintly. "Of course, the highest bidder wins. If you're not convinced, continue." After saying that, she gave the tenor a provocative look, which made the latter's face turn red. His eyebrows trembled, and he was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, then looked at the woman on the stage. She raised her chin and asked her to end it quickly. He was still interested in these talismans. There seemed to be no research on talismans in the god realm, or maybe he hadn't come into contact with them yet. Of course, he might not be able to understand anything with just one talisman. He was just interested in studying it. Soul-condensing talisman, 10 million going once. The auctioneer on the stage shouted. When she realized that there was no other sound, she slammed the small hammer in her hand. Following the thud, the tenor's gaze turned slightly cold. He turned around and glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others. The people sitting beside him heard the sound of him gnashing his teeth and hurriedly tried to persuade him. After a while, they managed to calm him down. However, his gaze was still a little cold. People from the Dragon Mist Empire? The tenor recognized Ji Yun, who was standing beside Yun Nuashing. His cold eyes were startled, and his lustful eyes were gloomy and uncertain. He secretly sneered in his heart, "Anyway, the 7 big empires have already taken action, you guys can jump around for a while more." He flung his sleeves and looked at the auction stage again. He didn't look at Yun Nuashing and the others. Seeing that even the tenor had given up, some of the people below were stunned. Then, they looked at Yun Nuashing and the others in surprise. They were very curious about the identity of this group of people that made this tenor give up. This also made many people hold back their thoughts of bidding for it. They seemed to recognize you. Yun Nuashing had a feeling that something was wrong. Of the people of Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing of Yun. The direct descendants of the 8 great empires often appear in front of everyone. It is very normal for them to be recognized. Yi Yun supported her chin with the back of her hand and said with a faint smile, Of Yun 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 of Yun. No, you're thinking too much. Yi Yun didn't blush or panic. She looked at the auction stage calmly with her bright eyes. This made Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing's eyes squint. However, he didn't say anything. After the soul-consolidating battle talisman was taken down, many other precious items were brought up. Each of them had a gorgeous appearance. Together with the extravagant description of these items by the lady, each of them was sold for a very good price. However, none of them were sold for as high a price as the soul-consolidating battle talisman. Mei Mao of Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing's indifference. However, she didn't have the intention to bid after thinking that it wasn't necessary for her to get it. In the end, Yun Nuashing of Yun Nuashing wasn't interested even in the last high-grade weapon. He had many good things on him. Even if there was something he wanted, he would get it back in the god realm. He wouldn't compete with a group of people in a small world. If he wasn't interested in the soul-consolidating battle talisman, he wouldn't have bid. Seeing the colorful longbow, Yun Nuoxing had a thought. Her consciousness entered the spiritual world. She saw Ziyi sitting by the bed, flipping through a thick book in boredom. The monstrous sea of fire was actually flowing calmly. In front of her, a large flame was churning endlessly. It was like a flower. There was a long route that connected to the sea of fire below. Although it didn't emit a terrifying temperature, Yun Nuoxing could feel how terrifying the power it contained was. In that ball of flame, a glazed crystal floated up and down. Sparkling and translucent colors flowed out, blocking the invasion of the flame. A peak god emperor combined with a divine flame that's comparable to a divine flame ranked in the top 20 or 30. After burning for a few years, you still can't do anything to a 12th grade divine item? Yun Nuoxing said softly as she walked to the edge of the bed. She glanced at the graceful figure, then looked at the glazed divine crystal. How can a 12th grade divine item be refined so easily? Not to mention me, even an expert who just entered the reincarnation realm wouldn't be able to do anything without the assistance of a divine flame. Ziyi didn't even turn her head. She was still quietly reading the book. Yun Nuoxing was helpless. A few years had passed, but the layer of energy that covered the glazed divine crystal didn't break. Moreover, once such a divine item was refined, there would be a phenomenon of heaven and earth. It's been hard on you. Yun Nuoxing walked forward and gently massaged Ziyi's shoulders. It was as if she wanted to use a massage to relieve her fatigue. Pfft! Hearing that, Ziyi burst out laughing. She was laughing so hard that her delicate body was trembling. However, she didn't interrupt Yun Nuoxing. This brat's massage was quite comfortable. Oh I'm the incarnation of flames. I'm a ball of fire myself. It's not difficult to make the flames burn endlessly, let alone in the spiritual world. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, "You're borrowing the power of the Godhead in your body. I can feel it." Ziyi's pretty face stiffened. This divine body that she had forged contained a huge amount of Godhead's power, but it was very difficult for her to use it well. Even after using all her control, she could only mobilize a little bit of the Godhead. However, this was in Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. It was normal for him to discover it. All right, don't look at me with such mushy eyes. If you have time to give me a massage, why don't you go and subdue Ziyin instead? Ziyi suddenly sneered. She waved her hand and glared at him. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He rolled his eyes and patted Ziyi's shoulder hard. Then, he escaped from the spiritual world. Ziyi rubbed her shoulder helplessly as she watched Yun Nuoxing disappear from the spiritual world. A trace of redness appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't help but mutter, "This brat is making me itch to death." Then, her eyes focused, and the calm sea of fire suddenly turned into raging waves. Like a ferocious beast, it crashed into the colored glass divine crystal. A terrifying and mysterious power quietly flowed, and the colored glass divine crystal did not show any signs of weakness. The energy light film became even brighter. When his consciousness returned, Yun Nuoxing just happened to see that the dazzling longbow was bought by the high-pitched man at a sky-high price, which made him stunned. This was a nouveau riche. Could it be that he was the young master of some influential family? Thinking of this, he felt even more that he had been scammed by Yiyun. When Yun Nuoxing looked over, the tenor happened to look over as well. When he saw the former's strange gaze, he couldn't help but feel amused. He glared at the former with disdain. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and ignored him. This made the tenor angry again. "Just you wait. When the 7 country soldiers arrive, let's see how you'll cry." The tenor cursed fiercely in his heart. After the auction ended, Yun Nuoxing directly went to find the auctioneer and took the soul-condensing battle talisman. He glanced at it and was instantly disappointed. Although he didn't know the grade of this talisman, he could feel its power. In comparison, it wasn't much stronger than an ordinary first-grade immortal rank array. However, this soul-condensing battle talisman could already cause some damage to heaven-rank experts. Yun Nuoxing didn't care about it because they came from that great world, and he was interested only because Yun Nuoxing didn't seem to know of such things in the Pantheon realm. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't know about it. Fortunately, the currencies of the two worlds were interconnected. Yun Nuoxing vaguely showed Yi Yun the gold coins of the Pantheon realm and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Of course, nothing happened during the transaction and it was completed smoothly. In the end, the lady enthusiastically chatted with Yun Nuoxing for a while before the latter fled. Sixth Princess of the Dragon Mist Empire, why are you so free to come to the Xingzhou Empire? Just as Yun Nuoxing and the others were about to leave, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded from behind them. Yun Nuoxing's footsteps paused and his cheeks twitched. When he saw Yi Yun looking away with a guilty expression, he wanted to bite her. This girl was actually causing trouble. He sighed in his heart. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Then, he turned his body slightly and looked at the group of people with the tenor with his light purple and gold eyes. He said indifferently, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it?" When the tenor saw Yun Nuoxing, he was stunned. Then, he said coldly, "Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your master. What does it have to do with you? Are all the slaves of the Dragon Mist Empire so impudent?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. His eyes widened in shock. Slave? When did he become a slave? Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but cover their faces and laugh bitterly in their hearts. It's over. There's going to be blood. Even Yi Yun silently prayed. Mei Mao looked at the tenor sadly and sighed. "Qiongya, goodbye." That tenor called Qiongya was startled, and when he saw Yi Yun still waving her jade-like hand at him, he felt that something was wrong, and just when he was about to shout out, he suddenly felt an unparalleled and terrifying force, and it was like a ferocious beast rushing over from the side. That force was so fast that even the people behind him couldn't react in time. They could only feel the force that could break through everything rushing toward them. Bang! A few muffled sounds of collision merged into one. Even the ground was blasted open by the recoil force. Then, Qiongya and the others spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they didn't cost money. Their bodies were directly thrown hundreds of meters away by that punch. They didn't even hear the sound of them landing on the ground. Congratulations to Mr. Qiongya for winning the honor of being the #1 cannon fodder in this trip to the Mystic Dragon continent. The prize is a luxurious hospital bed for half a year and 1,000 meters to send him off. Let's give him a round of applause and hope that he will continue to work hard next time. Yuan Shi transmitted his voice to the others indifferently. Qin Yan and Yi Shi tactfully clapped their hands, causing Yun Nuoxing's face to turn even darker. Seeing the arc that stretched hundreds of meters across the sky, Yi Yun shrunk back in fear. She knew that Yun Nuoxing was very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at Yi Yun with a dark smile on his face. Yi Yun was so scared that she almost couldn't keep her smile. She hurriedly said with a fawning smile, "Mr. Yun, I'm sorry. Can I help you massage your shoulders?" Yun Nuoxing grinned. He clenched his hands into fists and pressed them on Yi Yun's temples. The latter's little face immediately collapsed. She looked like she was about to cry. Chapter 478. The Yun clan was located in the eastern part of Xingzhou City. Their territory covered almost a tenth of Xingzhou City. It was only a little smaller than the Imperial Palace. The young men and women of the Yun clan were extremely talented. Out of every 5 of them, one could become a spiritual talisman master. They had the same status as the celestial spell masters in the world of the god. Spiritual talisman masters had a wide network of connections. If there was a calamity, they could summon strong cultivators from all over the world to help them. That was one of the reasons why the Yun clan was able to do so well in Xingzhou City. Yun Nuoxing stood in front of the gate of the Yun clan and looked at the signboard hanging high up. Then, she looked at the enormous mansion. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help burping. The Yun family, from the martial realm and sky realm experts to the children who have just reached the spirit martial realm or the soul cleansing realm, are basically all spirit talisman masters. After countless generations of accumulation, they can be said to be as rich as a country. Even the imperial family of Xingzhou is somewhat afraid of them. However, the two forces have a good relationship, so the imperial family has not done anything out of line. Yi Yun whispered in Yun Nuoxing's ear. When Yun Nuoxing put her fists on her temples, she was ready to scream. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't do anything. She was scared to death. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Could the imperial palace coexist with a force that could threaten them? They were just temporarily harmless and in order to maintain the balance. At that moment, a group of young men and women came from the Yun clan. When they saw Yun Nuoxing and the others, their eyes lit up. They couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. However, when they saw that they were sizing up the Yun clan, they frowned. "Your Excellency, why are you looking for the Yun clan?" asked one of the young men. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and glanced at them. The young man who had spoken was startled. Then, the young man shook his head and said, "If you have something to say, then forget it. If you don't have anything to say, that's fine too. Just taking a look." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's ambiguous answer, the few people from the Yun family all frowned. The young man who spoke was also a bit displeased. His gaze seriously sized up the few people. When his gaze landed on Ziyan's body, it slightly froze. Everyone loved beauty. With Ziyan's appearance, she actually paled in comparison to the girl beside them. "If you want to look, then look. Don't block my way." The girl next to him frowned and looked unhappy. She was wearing a cloud-colored dress and looked noble and cold. She was also very beautiful, but compared to Ziyan, she was dull. She was naturally very unhappy when she saw the way the people around her looked at Ziyan. After speaking, she directly walked past Yun Nuoxing and the others. The young men and women behind her smiled bitterly and hurriedly chased after her. Some of the young men looked at Ziyan, Qin Yen and Yi Yun, and finally glanced at Yi Shi for a while. After the group of people from the Yun family left, Yun Nuoxing turned her head and looked at Ziyan and the other two women with a strange gaze. It was not that she didn't know that beauty was a source of trouble, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. The three women were devastatingly beautiful, especially Ziyan and Qin Yen. Now that the three of them were standing here together, they became a beautiful scenery. Then she lowered her head and looked at Yi Shi. The latter was only 10 years old, and her entire body was exquisite and gave off a faint sense of spirituality. There was also the aura of a superior that came from her bones. She looked like this at such a young age, and when she grew up, she would be a beauty that could bring disaster to the country. It was no wonder that they were staring at Yi Shi. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't intend to mention it. She looked at Yi Yun and asked, "That girl, who is she?" Yi Yun curled her lips and said in a low voice, "Yun Qing of the Yun family can refine a level 6 talisman. Her status is quite high, but I'm not too sure about the specific family relationship. The Star Empire is too far away, and not all information can be sent to Dragon Mist City." A level 6 talisman, then what level is this one? Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and took out the Soul Consolidating Battle Talisman. The talisman paper of the Soul Consolidating Battle Talisman was an azure talisman paper. Lines that looked like scribbles were engraved on it, and it flowed with a strange energy aura. If it exploded, it would probably cause considerable damage to a first-layer immortal rank expert. Even the talisman paper wasn't an ordinary item. It was so sharp that it could be used as a sword. Obviously, the material wasn't simple. It should be level 8, right? Talismans are ranked from level 1 to level 10, and the difference between each level is very difficult to cross. Yi Yun answered. Since Yun Nuoxing asked this question, even the stupidest person would know that this group of people came from the Divine City. Although she knew, Yi-Yun still found it hard to believe. There weren't many people who knew about the existence of the divine city. Only those who had stepped into the heavenly realm would know about it. She, Yi-Ding, and the others knew about it because the information was passed down from the Dragon Mist Imperial family. It's only level 8? When Yun Nuoxing heard that, he raised the azure talisman paper and looked left and right. In the end, he simply opened his evil spirit eye and directly analyzed it thoroughly. It's similar to a formation diagram. It engraved energy lines on the talisman paper. However, a formation diagram can only engrave a formation, but a talisman can engrave some secret skills, mystic skills, and the like. Yun Nuoxing said softly, "It shouldn't be difficult for me to engrave it. You saw through it with just a glance?" Yi-Yun was shocked. He could see through the talisman with just a glance? However, she didn't dare to sneer at his words. She knew that Yun Nuoxing dared to say that because he was confident, but she still didn't believe it. You can say that. However, it's not that easy to engrave secret skills into lines on the talisman paper. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He also didn't know how the lines were calculated. After casually looking at it, Yun Nuoxing looked at the building on the other side of the wall. He was a little distressed. If he wanted to forcefully break in and steal something, it would be fine. However, now that he wanted to enter the Yun family and see something in the Yun family, he really didn't know what to do. "Nuoxing, why did you come to the Yun family?" Yuan Shi asked, puzzled. He didn't think that there was anything in the Yun family in the small world that could attract Yun Nuoxing, no matter how powerful it was. "Didn't I say that day? In the Yun family, what I care about is the Yun." Yun Nuoxing smiled and emphasized the word Yun. "Little Star wants to see the Yun family's genealogy." Xian transmitted his voice at the right time, causing Yuan Shi to be speechless. However, he had already guessed it when Yun Nuoxing finished his words. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and looked at the door not far away. He nodded and strode over. Xian and the others also slowly followed. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as they approached the door, the two guards standing there swept their cold gazes over. Their gazes were scrutinizing Yun Nuoxing and the others. However, they were surprised to find that other than the woman in green, they couldn't see through the other 5 people. However, they could feel an extremely dangerous feeling from them. Even the little girl gave them an unfathomable feeling. "You are?" Encountering such people, the two guards didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly cupped their hands and asked in a deep voice, "I would like to meet the upper echelons of the Yun family." Yun Nuoxing looked at the two guards and said indifferently. He didn't seem to be overbearing. He only said a few words very calmly. "Do you have an appointment? Which elder do you want to meet?" Hearing this vague answer, the guard was a little confused. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't dare to get angry and continued to speak respectfully. When Yishi saw that Yun Nuoxing was preparing his words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, "Brother No, let's just fight our way in. What are you afraid of?" When the two guards heard this, they were shocked. The one who spoke just now even waved his hand and asked the other to quickly go in and report the situation. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and patted Yishi's head. He said, "No, we have to be reasonable. The Yun family didn't offend us. Those people were staring at me just now. I feel uncomfortable," Qin Yan suddenly said indifferently, startling Yun Nuoxing. "I'm not happy either," Xian also muttered as she stroked her long hair, startling Yun Nuoxing. "I'm also a little unhappy." Yuan Shi also grinned and touched his arm. He seemed to have goosebumps. His cheeky face made Yun Nuoxing want to slap him to death. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. These 3 fellows just wanted to see the world in chaos. He lowered his head and saw that Yishi was about to say something. He hurriedly carried her up and said with a bitter smile, "My little ancestor, don't cause trouble." The two guards were stunned when they saw these people. They wanted to curse but didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid of offending these people, especially when they heard that they didn't show any respect to the Yun family. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Okay. I'll be simple and violent. Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly. When the two guards heard his helpless voice, their expressions changed drastically. They cried out in alarm, "Sir, this is the Yun family. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly call the elder to come out and save us! A great enemy attack!" The other guard ran into the Yun family at top speed. Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. He rolled his eyes and carried Yi Shi. He directly controlled the wind element and slowly flew into the sky. The two guards were so shocked that their jaws dropped. "A heaven-rank expert is attacking. Quickly call the family head." Yun Nuoshing took a light breath. The power of the stars in his body suddenly surged like boiling water. A terrifying aura directly rose from the ground. The two guards were so scared that they almost spat out their teeth. Their jaws dropped so wide that they almost dislocated their jaws. Whoosh! Just as Yun Nuoshing's aura erupted, the sound of rushing wind came from the depths of the Yun family. Immediately, several figures could be seen sprinting underground like black leopard. They ran to the Yun family's main entrance in an instant. When they saw the figure floating in the sky and surrounded by stars, they were so scared that their pupils shrank to the size of a needle. What happened? What happened? A heaven-rank expert? What a terrifying aura! From the main entrance? This aura. Let's go and have a look. Are you crazy? If people of this level fight, the heavens and earth will definitely shake. Why are you still watching? Even the young man from the Yun family had a shocked expression on his face. Although he was a little afraid, he couldn't help but rush to the main entrance. Not long after the group of people arrived at the main entrance, 3 figures simultaneously flew into the sky from afar. They looked at Yun Nuoshing with a solemn expression. They were a little shocked and didn't know how they had offended such a strong expert. Patriarch! When they saw the middle-aged man in the middle of the 3 figures, a series of shocked voices sounded from below. The patriarch of the Yun family had been a heaven-rank expert for many years and had been famous for a long time. Moreover, he was also a grade 9 talisman master. With his help, today's disaster would be resolved. The middle-aged man was dressed in a green robe. His eyes were bright and there was a sense of dignity between his brows. However, at this moment, his expression was solemn as he looked at the young man who was carrying a little girl. He couldn't help but gulp. What made him even more shocked was the way the little girl looked at him. It actually made him feel like all his hopes had been dashed to pieces. Where did this peerless expert come from? When did our Yun family offend such a strong expert? The middle-aged man was puzzled. It would be fine if today's matter was resolved smoothly, but if not, when he thought of this, he shuddered violently. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I know how our Yun family offended you?" When they heard this, the people of the Yun family below couldn't help but despair in their hearts. The patriarch was actually showing weakness. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth, causing everyone to be shocked. All of them had nervous expressions, and even the 3 middle-aged men acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The energy within their bodies began to churn slightly, and drops of cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. This person could decide many things with just one sentence. "I'm here to take a look," Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. "Take the young man and leave quickly." "From there?" the middle-aged man shouted rather excitedly. Then, he was stunned. Even the 2 people beside him were stunned. Come to take a look? Did they hear wrongly? I'm here to take a look. Don't be so nervous." Yun Nuoshing thought that they didn't hear clearly and repeated herself. Silence. The air was dead silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They were speechless. Her aura of coming to take a look was really frightening. Chapter 479. At this time, in a restaurant in Qingzhou City, a man rushed into the restaurant from afar. He shouted loudly, causing everyone in the restaurant to turn their gazes. The Yun family is being attacked by a Sky Realm expert. After shouting, he ignored everyone's astonishment and hurriedly rushed out, running to another place, leaving behind a group of astonished people. Among this group of people, there were even a few people from the Yun family who had met Yun Nuoxing and the others. At this moment, their faces were filled with ridicule. Attacking the Yun family? Was he tired of living? Not only them, but even the others did not care. The Yun family's power was deeply rooted in Qingzhou City, and they were on good terms with the royal family. Moreover, there was a group of spirit talisman masters. Their wide network even extended to other empires. As long as they called, all the experts in the world would gather here. It was a very terrifying power. For hundreds of years, no one dared to act rashly in front of the Yun family. Just as everyone was laughing and shaking their heads, the restaurant's door was suddenly knocked open with a bang. Another man rushed in with a nervous expression and shouted, "The Yun family is being attacked by a Sky Realm expert. The family head, Yun Feng, has been alerted." Watching the man run out, no one was calm this time. If only one person said it, then it might be a joke. But what if it was two people? Many people were now a little shaken. Could it be that there was really an expert attacking the Yun family? My Yun family stands tall in Qingzhou City. We know countless people. Even the neighboring Ice Snow Empire and Tian He Empire have good relations with us. Who would dare to attack the Yun family? Moreover, we just came out of the Yun family half an hour ago. The few young men from the Yun family could not help but sneer. Everyone's gaze turned and saw the young man on the second floor. They all recognized him as a member of the Yun family. They looked at each other and nodded. It seemed like there was a misunderstanding. However, just as this thought arose, before they could take a sip of tea, a few people rushed in together and shouted in panic, "The Yun family is being attacked by a strong enemy. Our family is going to be exterminated." This time, everyone was stunned. Before those people could run out, someone stopped one of them, grabbed him and asked, "What's going on?" The person who was intercepted quickly shook his head. "The Yun family is being attacked by a celestial warrior. It's a 17-year-old boy. He's very tall, very handsome, and very cold. He's holding a little girl. Even the head of the Yun family is very nervous. He ordered all the young people to retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. It was actually true? The moment he opened his mouth, he told all the young people to retreat. This wasn't an attack, this was extermination. Boom! On the second floor of the restaurant, a table suddenly exploded. The expressions of the young men and women of the Yun family tightened, because when they heard the description of the messenger, they remembered the group of people they met at the entrance of their house. Thinking of this, they all panicked and hurriedly rushed towards the Yun family. Seeing them like this, everyone let out a strange cry and quickly rushed out of the restaurant. In the sky above the Yun family, Yun Nuoxing and Yun Feng didn't know that this matter had already spread to almost half of Qingzhou City. The latter looked nervous and didn't have time to pay attention to it, while the former looked unhurried. "Friend, give me some face. No matter how the Yun family has wronged you, we are willing to pay compensation. Can you let the Yun family go?" Yun Feng asked nervously as he cupped his fist. Obviously, he didn't believe that Yun Nuoxing was really just here to take a look. In his opinion, this "just here to take a look" could be understood as, if they took a good look, then everything would be fine. If they didn't take a good look, then they could go down and report, "Oh?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "What if it's a human life?" As soon as these words were said, a bone-chilling coldness rolled in the hearts of everyone in the Yun family. Could it be that a human life was involved? Everyone knew what a celestial warrior stronger than their head, could do. This group of damn brats, how could they be so blind to provoke such a person? At this time, Yun Feng's heart was broken. No matter how much he paid, he might not be able to exchange a human life. If this person was an extremely talented young man, then it would be even more powerful. In the eyes of some people who valued friendship and righteousness, this matter was not even worth a life. In Yun Feng's opinion, Yun Nuoxing's evil smile was already a death sentence for them. I'm really just here to take a look. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, Don't be so nervous. I don't mean any harm. Seeing that everyone was tense, Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and said, Let's put it this way. I'm a little interested in something in the Yun family, so I wanted to take a look. Really, just here to take a look? Seeing that Yun Nuoxing repeatedly emphasized that he was just here to take a look, Yun Feng felt a little strange. Seeing that the former did not have the slightest intention to fight, he was a little convinced. However, he did not withdraw from the battle state, afraid that he would be killed if he was careless. Yes, I'm here to take a look. Yun Nuoxing nodded, but the space beside him flashed. Immediately, Yuan Shi and the others appeared. They looked at the former and then at Yun Feng, and asked curiously, Can't talk? Are you going to fight? How is it? Xian asked with concern. This time, everyone in the Yun family was horrified. One was not enough. 5 at once? Qin Yan also brought Yi Yun along, making them mistakenly think that the latter was also a celestial warrior. Does God want to destroy our Yun family? 1, 2. 5 celestials. I'm going to faint. I'm afraid there are no more than 50 celestial warriors in the entire Xingzhou Empire. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly as he looked at the panicking crowd below. There were even a few disciples who had fainted from fright. Looking at Yuan Shi and the others, he smiled bitterly and said, Don't come up here to scare people, so annoying. At this time, Yi Shi noticed that a lot of life auras were rapidly approaching. She could not help but sigh. She gently broke free from Yun Nuoxing's arms and stood in the void. With one hand on her small waist and the other pointing at Yun Feng, she shouted impatiently, I'll give you 2 choices. Sit down and have a friendly chat or wait for us to fight our way in. Being pointed at by that slender little finger, Yun Feng directly fainted. Even this little girl was a celestial warrior. Many of the disciples below rolled their eyes and fainted directly on the ground. It was impossible to live in this world. A 10-year-old girl was a celestial warrior. After coming back to their senses, Yun Feng and the others responded excitedly, Chat? Chat. Drink tea and chat. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. 10 minutes later, when everyone who received the news gathered at the entrance of the Yun family, they could not help but be stunned when they saw the deathly silence and desolation. What happened to the agreed war of extermination? Where were the celestial warriors? Could it be that it was already over? At this time, the 2 guards at the entrance of the Yun family had changed. Seeing everyone gathered, they smiled bitterly. They did not expect this matter to spread. One of the guards smiled bitterly and took a step forward. He cupped his fists to the people who came from Xingzhou City and said, The Patriarch is receiving an important guest. Please do not be too noisy. Receiving an important guest? Everyone was confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, a few figures quickly passed through the crowd and arrived at the entrance. When the 2 guards saw them, they were stunned and said respectfully, Miss Qing, young master Hu, everyone in the Yun family is now in the main hall. The guard's last sentence stunned Yun Qing and the other youths. They hurriedly nodded their heads and ran towards the Yun family. Yun Qing, do you think it's them? Yun Hu did not forget to ask as he ran. Yun Qing was slightly startled. Mei Mao flashed a few strands of panic, then shook her head and said, No, it's just a coincidence. It must be, the few of them nodded. If it really was the few people they saw, could it be that it was the result of them taking a few more glances? Yun Qing and the others ran all the way and saw that almost all the youths in the family had gathered outside the main hall. When the youths saw the former and the others, they all said nervously, Sister Qing, Big Brother Yi and the others are already inside. Yun Qing's head exploded. Yun Yi was the most talented person in the Yun family, and his ability to refine talismans was stronger than all the younger generation. He could be said to be the most outstanding person in the past 1,000 years, and he was usually in closed-door cultivation. Even the patriarch and the elders could not move him, but he actually came out today? Without much hesitation, Yun Qing and Yun Hu squeezed through the passageway and carefully pushed open the door. They saw Yun Feng sitting on the main seat of the Great Hall, pretending to be calm. Below the main seat sat a group of people that she had never expected. The elders were all standing at the side like spears, and even Yun Yi did not dare to sit down. Shao Qing. Seeing the woman who barged in, Yun Feng, who was sitting on the main seat, instantly lost his calm. He waved his hand to dismiss her and carefully glanced at Yun Nuoxing, afraid that he would get angry. Yun Nuoxing and the others also saw the people who barged in. They turned their heads and saw that it was the people they had just seen. They smiled faintly and nodded. Hello. When the elders saw Yun Qing and the others barge in, they were all speechless, but now they were all stunned. What was going on? Shao Qing, don't speak. When the handsome youth standing at the front saw Yun Qing enter, his expression changed and he hurriedly used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. Yun Qing's pretty face changed. Seeing that Yun Yi was also so quiet, she obediently nodded her head and stood at the back with Yun Hu, not saying a word. They also discovered that many of the younger generation were standing quietly in the main hall. All of them had complicated expressions in their eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. As for Yun Nuoxing, after looking at Yun Qing, she turned her head and looked at Yun Feng, who was sitting on the main seat. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Could it be that she wanted to see their family tree? It felt too rude. However, this silence made the Yun family members even more nervous. Their minds were tense. Yuan Shi and the others were also helpless. Yun Nuoxing didn't seem to know what to say, and Yi Shi wanted to slap him. If this guy didn't open his mouth, he would scare the Yun family members to the point of going crazy. Thinking of this, Yi Shi couldn't help but jump down from her chair. She turned around and rolled her eyes at Yun Nuoxing. Brother Nuo, you're wearing down their spirits. It's not like they're here to negotiate. Just say it. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. Be elegant, not fierce. How could Yi Shi not know what he was thinking? She helplessly patted his leg, then looked at the person sitting on the main seat and snorted. I want to see your family tree. Give me a direct answer. Don't drag it out or avoid it. 1 or 2 words will solve it. At this moment, all of his tensed-up mental state collapsed with a crash. Chapter 480. Clan. Genealogy? Everyone in the Yun family was stunned. Yi Shi's voice was very loud, and even the people outside could hear it clearly. Almost everyone was confused when they heard this. Even Yun Feng had a strange expression. Looking at the genealogy? What the hell? Well, that's it. We want to find someone. That person's surname is Yun, so we came to take a look. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He couldn't say too much, so he said that he was looking for someone. This. Yun Qing was slightly stunned and looked at the other two for a while. The two of them thought for a while and nodded. The genealogy wasn't a big secret. It only recorded the names of some people. They couldn't offend this person. Genealogy? The expressions of Yun Qing, Yun Yi, and the others changed. The young people had strange expressions. This Heaven Realm expert came here in such a big way just to check the genealogy? Yun Feng nodded and said, It's not difficult. Do you want to see it now? Yun Nuoxing nodded. They had even kidnapped Yi Yun on this trip. Even if they left a note, Yi Ding would probably be a little flustered. They didn't plan to stay for long. The sooner they settled it, the better. They had to leave some time to walk around Star City. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. Seeing this, Yun Feng nodded and stood up first. He made a gesture of invitation. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and nodded. He didn't correct anything. He pushed open the door of the hall and saw the crowd of young people. He couldn't help but reprimand them and tell them to cultivate. Then, He led Yun Nuoxing and the others to the ancestral hall. Behind them, Yun Yi and a group of elders followed. They were all slightly nervous. They were worried that Yun Feng would follow Yun Nuoxing and the others alone. After taking a few turns, they arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Yun Feng gently pushed the door open and walked in. He bowed in front of the many steels. Yun Nuoxing looked curiously and followed in. A faint smell of incense wafted over, causing his nose to twitch. At the same time, he frowned slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The ancestral hall is the most sacred place for every family. In fact, he only needs to take out the genealogy. There's no need for us to follow, unless it's a very honorable guest. Yi Shi whispered telepathically. Moreover, there's some telekinesis here that hasn't dissipated yet. Brother Nua is sensitive and can easily sense it. Yun Nuoxing nodded in surprise. She raised her head and saw Yun Feng solemnly handing a yellowed book to Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and took it with both hands. He nodded at Yun Feng and then walked to the front of the incense altar under Yun Feng's surprised gaze. There was a name written on each of the wooden tablet. After glancing at the wooden plaques, Yun Nuoxing lowered her head. The genealogy was held in the air by her soul power. She then put her palms together and bowed to the wooden plaques on the altar. She murmured, "Sorry to disturb you." Xian understood and smiled. She held Yi Shi's hand and walked over. Yuan Shi sighed helplessly and walked forward with Qin Yan. They stood beside Yun Nuoxing and bowed gently. Yi Shi understood very well that Yun Nuoxing was the praise of death. In his heart, death was somewhat sacred. It was not that he yearned for death, but that he was very respectful to those who had already passed away. Yun Feng was a little surprised. Even the other members of the Yun family were confused. Why did this guy, who was clamoring to see the genealogy as soon as he walked in, suddenly become respectful here? Yi Yun also had a strange expression on her face. However, when she thought that she came with Yun Nuoxing and the others, she hesitated for a while and quickly walked forward. She closed her eyes and bowed slightly with her palms together. Under the strange gazes of the Yun family, they opened their eyes together after half a minute. Then, Yun Nuoxing carefully flipped open the yellow genealogy book. He was so careful that it was as if he was holding a precious item and was afraid that it would be broken. She skipped the beginning of the genealogy and turned directly to the names. Several pairs of eyes looked at the names on the book, as if they were scrutinizing them. It took only a few seconds to read a page. For a time, there was only the sound of pages being flipped in the ancestral hall. Yun Feng and the others were a little nervous. They didn't know what would happen if they found the names or not. Time passed slowly as everyone broke out in cold sweat. In just 5 minutes, Yun Nuoxing and the others had finished watching. However, in these 5 minutes, everyone in the Yun family looked nervous. After reading to the end, Yun Nuoxing gently flipped her hands and covered the yellow genealogy book. Then, she let out a long sigh and shook her head helplessly. This made Yun Feng and the others tense. She didn't find the names? Or? Xian and the others also let out a long sigh. They were a little confused. Should they say that they were disappointed or that they already knew? They didn't know either. It was just that before this trip to the Yun family started, they had already guessed this ending. Although it made Yun Nuoxing depressed, there was no other way. They couldn't force it. Thank you, Patriarch Yun. Yun Nuoxing walked to Yun Feng and sighed. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't disappointed, but she was also a little glad. It seemed that she didn't want to find out about her identity in the small world. We will find it eventually. Don't be too anxious. Xian stepped forward and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder as he said softly. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Her intuition told her that it shouldn't be so simple. Yun Feng took the yellow genealogy book and stroked it gently. Then, he raised his head and said very carefully, "I don't know which name you are looking for? Some names are not recorded in the genealogy book. Although many of the names recorded in other places have been destroyed, I can still remember some of them. Yun Nuoshing understood. If she needed help, she just had to say the name. After hesitating for a while, Yun Nuoshing saw some sincerity in Yun Feng's eyes. He didn't lie to her. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. This method was too difficult, so she stretched out her hand. Yun Feng looked and nodded. He also stretched out his hand and held Yun Nuoshing's hand. Both of them used a little force, but the latter closed her eyes directly. After a while, Yun Nuoshing opened her light purple gold eyes. She sighed, shook her head, and said, "No, the power of the bloodline is different. Is there anything I can do to help? Let me borrow the genealogy book." "I owe you one," Yun Nuoshing said again. Hearing this, Yun Feng thought for a while. The two middle-aged men beside him were startled. They whispered something to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing didn't eavesdrop. She just took a step back and quietly waited for them to come to a conclusion. After a long while, Yun Feng nodded. Clasping his hands, he said solemnly, "Fellow Taoist, you are also a Sky Realm Master. You must know some secrets about this world and the Xian Long continent. Yun Feng also has a request, or rather, a request from millions of masters. I wonder if you can help me?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and asked tentatively, "You want to talk about this year's Xianlong ritual?" "Yes." Yun Feng nodded. Almost every Sky Realm Master knew that the Xianlong continent was only a small world. The sacrificial fire of the Xianlong ritual could possibly connect the Xianlong continent and the God Realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Yun Yi and the others. Yun Nuoshing also noticed these small movements. Naturally, she guessed what he was thinking. She nodded slightly and said, "This year's Xianlong ritual will be held as usual." Yun Feng was slightly stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "We know about what happened in the Long Lan Empire. Therefore, this year's ritual will be held as usual. Just trust me." Seeing Yun Feng's strange expression, Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and didn't bother to explain too much. She then walked out of the ancestral hall. The people of the Yun family outside hurriedly made way for them. Seeing them walk out with Yun Feng, they were very curious about what they were talking about. However, no one dared to ask. Walking outside, Yun Nuoshing cupped her fists at Yun Feng and the others. Then, she took Yi Shi into her arms and flew into the sky like a gust of wind. Behind her, Xian and the others hurriedly followed. It wasn't until Yun Nuoshing and the others disappeared into the sky that Yun Feng and the rest of the Yun family heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat, as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell. "Master," the middle-aged man at the side couldn't help but say. "It's okay. Just trust them. 5 super-strong Sky Realm Masters at such a young age." Yun Feng sighed and looked at Yun Yi and the others. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Deal with the matters outside. Don't let it leak out. Also, get ready to participate in the Mystery Dragon ritual in half a month." Yun Yi and the others were stunned and opened their mouths wide. Didn't the Mystery Dragon ritual lose its meaning 3 years ago? Looking at the master's disappearing figure, the young boys and girls were all in a daze for a while. Then, they all went back to prepare. Since the master said that they were going to participate, then they should go and prepare. After leaving the Yun family, Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't rush back. It was still early, so they found a restaurant to rest. After resting for a while, Yuanshi said, "Nuoshing, isn't the power of your bloodline, what's that?" He also knew that when two similar bloodlines were near each other, there would be a reaction. However, he also remembered that Lan Xiner said that Yun Nuoshing was a descendant of the gods. Therefore, his bloodline power should be extremely terrifying. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible to tell the difference. Brother Nua's bloodline power hasn't fully awakened yet. There's only a little bit of gold mixed in. Therefore, if there's a similar bloodline power, he can still sense it. However, when it's completely golden, there's no way to tell. She giggled as she shook her two sparkling little feet. The restaurant was quiet and there wasn't anyone there. They were all attracted by what happened in the Yun family, which made Yun Nuoxing rather happy. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Yi Yun's expression changed. Her jade-like hand hurriedly took out a jade slip, and when she heard the news that came from it, her pretty face instantly turned pale. "What's wrong?" Seeing her pale face, Qin Yen asked faintly. She even took a sip of tea. Yi Yun's expression froze, and the jade slip in her hand involuntarily slipped onto the table. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He looked at Yi Yun, who was in a daze, and then picked up the jade slip. As his soul rushed into it, he heard a piece of news that made his face twitch slightly. He then picked up the teacup on the table, took a big gulp, and said, "Let's go." Something happened. Xian and the others were stunned. When they reacted, they saw that Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi had already jumped up and walked outside. They quickly followed. Qin Yen even helped the pale-faced Yi Yun up. She didn't forget to ask, "What's wrong?" The 7 great empires have sent their troops. Chapter 481. After coming out of the restaurant, the few of them soared into the sky. They didn't care about the gazes of others and directly rushed towards the horizon. It wasn't until they were out of Star Providence City that they allowed Xiao Feng to grow bigger. The few of them rode on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng let out a cry and directly turned into a flame. Together with the light element of Yun Nuo planet, it flew towards the Dragon Mist Empire as if it was chasing the stars and the moon. Why at such an urgent moment? During the flight, Yun Nuoxing also took out the jade slip and let everyone hear it. Not only did he let Xian and the others hear it, but he also sent it to Nightmare and Yao Hua. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. I was wondering why Tianhe City was acting strange recently. Not only did they send out troops, but they also summoned many martial artists, Yao Hua muttered in a restaurant in Tianhe City. When did this happen? Yun Nuoxing was slightly startled. The 8 empires kept each other in check. This kind of invasion by 7 empires was really inconceivable, unless the 7 empires had a common goal. At this time, Yun Nuoxing also thought about it. Speaking of common goals, there was only one: the Mystery Dragon Ritual. This was a large-scale martial arts event that had not been held for 3 years. But this kind of invasion, what was the point? Even if they took over the Dragon Mist Empire, the sacred relic could not be returned. It should be in the next 2 days. Little Star, have you obtained the qualification to participate in the Mystery Dragon Ritual? Huoji asked. I will participate with the Dragon Mist royal family, if there are no accidents. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Now that the accidents had happened, if they really fought, the Mystery Dragon Ritual would be ruined. He did not want to wait until next year. Ah! The 9 people exclaimed. Wasn't that the place where the 7 empires sent out their troops? We obtained the qualification in Tianhe City. The 7 empires sent out their troops and took away most of their forces. If anything happens, just let us know. We should be able to force the Tianhe royal family to withdraw their troops, Mu Ling said after thinking for a moment. Be careful. Yun Nuoxing nodded, then looked at Nightmare and said, Be careful if you're not coming back. Hee. Nightmare scratched his head and said, It's fine, it's fine. Boss, don't worry. I'm in the Yen-Yang city right now. If something happens, I can make the Yen-Yang Empire retreat. You can rest assured. I'm really not worried about you. I'm just saying. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He was not worried about this fellow at all. There was probably no one in this small world who could do anything to him. Should we split up and go to the other empires? Wood Spirit thought for a moment before saying, If we can make the 7 empires withdraw their troops, then I think it'll be fine. Yun Nuoxing nodded. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, No, I'm worried about you. Although you have the divine artifacts that Jin Wang and the others left behind, you can't use them unless it's a critical moment. It's too risky to let the 9 of you go to the royal families of other empires. After all, there were still people in this small world who could threaten them. All right, the 9 of them replied gloomily. Then what about the other 5 empires? Nightmare asked again. Brother Noah, there's still me. I can also stop an empire from sending troops. She raised her long sleeves and smiled at Yun Nuashing. However, she was slapped down by Yun Nuashing with a dark face and said, You just stay by my side. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, They probably won't fight as soon as they see each other. The 7 empires should still be here for the profound dragon ritual. Moreover, the matter of the Dragon Mist Empire's holy artifact has already been resolved. As long as the negotiations are good, they won't fight. If the negotiations are not good, then there's still us. F***ck. You told us not to take the risk, but you're messing around. The 9 of them immediately cursed when they heard this, causing Yun Nuashing to smile bitterly. Have you forgotten who I am? Yun Nuashing grinned. He really didn't believe that there was anyone in this small world who could withstand the firepower of his arsenal. You're a green chicken and a crowstresser at that. Yao Hua and the others directly rolled their eyes and gave him the middle finger, F***ck. Yun Nuashing almost smashed the jade scroll into pieces with a slap, that's all. Just be careful. Yun Nuashing reminded them again. Yes, I know. You guys are the ones who should be careful. It's not fun to be on the battlefield. Don't get hurt. Mu Ling nodded and closed the image in the jade scroll. Over at Heavenly River City, Yao Hua and the others looked at the disappearing image. They looked at each other and grinned. Let's go. Let's do something big. Yun Nuashing sighed and couldn't help but murmur, They really know how to cause trouble. Everything should be going smoothly, but they just have to create a problem at such a critical moment. Yun was stunned when she heard what Yun Nuashing and the others said. The 7 empires invaded the Dragon Mist Empire, and she was burning with anxiety. However, Yun Nuashing and the others seemed to have decided the entire situation with just a few words. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. When one's strength reached a certain level, they could directly affect the situation on the battlefield. This was something she knew as well. However, would she be able to witness such a miraculous scene in her lifetime? Young Master Yun. Yun opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Yun Nuashing turned his head and patted her shoulder. He smiled and said, It's all right. The ritual of the Black Dragon will definitely be held as scheduled. Nothing will happen to the Dragon Mist Empire. Yun nodded her little head. Although she didn't know how trustworthy his words were, when she saw his pure smile, she couldn't help but believe him. The panic in her heart also disappeared in an instant. With the little phoenix and the light element's flying speed, it could be said to be extremely fast. It took an entire night to travel from the Dragon Mist Empire to the Star Zhao Empire, but now it only took 10 minutes. Although it was a leisurely journey and they even took a nap. On the way, Yun Nuashing also felt that there was a large amount of life aura rapidly retreating below. It was almost gone in a flash. However, they were already within the Dragon Mist Empire's territory, and they weren't too far away from the Dragon Mist City. This made his expression sink. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. Although he didn't know which empire's army this was, if all 7 empires had such a terrifying force, then there would be a total of 700,000 soldiers. Moreover, there were many martial artists mixed in. Are they trying to destroy the Dragon Mist Empire? Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. If it was for the profound dragon ritual, it would be impossible to mobilize such a large army. Passing by the large army, Yun Nuashing saw the shadow of the Dragon Mist City. He didn't stop and directly rushed towards the palace halfway up the mountain. The light element was withdrawn, and the little phoenix's speed suddenly slowed down. It slowly landed in front of the main hall. Fortunately, there was no one in the palace at this time. Otherwise, if it was discovered, it would definitely be shocked. Yun Nuoxing took the lead to jump down from the little phoenix and ran towards the main hall. Her speed was so fast that no one could keep up with her. When the little phoenix returned to stand on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, Yi Yun had already blasted the main hall's door open. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and quickly chased after her with his men. When Yi Yun rushed through the door, the 6 people inside turned their heads in unison. In such a large hall, there was only Yi Ding, Yi Daofeng, and the other 5. The civil and military officials had already led their troops to attack, but the Emperor of the Dragon Mist Empire wasn't here. Yun. Seeing the people who barged in, Yi Ding's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he revealed a relieved smile. Even Yi Daofeng and the other 4 heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Yun's sudden abduction had given them a fright. Mr. Yun. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and the others who followed behind, Yi Ding was slightly delighted. He knew that Yun Nuoxing and the other 4 were all Sky Realm expert. However, he then smiled bitterly. He remembered that Yun Nuoxing said that he wouldn't interfere with the matters of the imperial family. He didn't know if he would help. Yi Daofeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Yun Nuoxing for a while. Then, he actually bowed slightly to Yun Nuoxing and the others and respectfully said, "Mr. Yun, may I?" However, before he could finish his words, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. Seeing him like this, Yi Ding smiled bitterly. Yi Daofeng and the others were also startled. Only Yi Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She clearly heard the conversation between Yun Nuoxing and the others in the sky just now. "I'm already thinking of a way to stop the 7 empires. At present, what I can be sure of is that the Flaming Sun Empire and the Sky River Empire can be forced to retreat, but the remaining 5... Yun Nuoxing's words made Yi Ding and the others who were slightly disappointed feel refreshed. They quickly regained their spirits and didn't care how they received the news. Yi Daofeng couldn't help but feel a little happy. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Originally, the Mang Dragon Guards could only compete with one of the empires. But now, they are facing the allied forces of the 7 empires. Even if there are only 5 empires left, it will still be very troublesome." Unexpectedly, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, "It's not troublesome. The 5 of us can block all of them, but it's inevitable that we will accidentally hit the ordinary soldiers. In that situation, blood will flow like a river and dye the mountains and rivers red. I don't think anyone would want to see that scene." Hearing this, Yi Daofeng and Yi Ding were startled, then nodded. They also knew that the 7 empires came together for the sacred object. The profound dragon ritual of the martial arts world hadn't been held for 3 years. It wasn't only the Dragon Mist Empire that was anxious, the other 7 empires were also very anxious. At this time, they actually sent troops to the Dragon Mist Empire. When they first received the news, Yi Ding and the others were so shocked that their faces were heavy. Even their father couldn't keep calm. He hurriedly gave some orders to defend Dragon Mist City. Then, he went to the depths of the palace, wanting to call the former and the others' great-grandfathers over. He could help a lot. At this time, an armored soldier suddenly rushed into the main hall. Without saying a word, he knelt down on one knee, causing Yun Nuoxing, Yi Ding, and the others to turn their gazes. Then, they heard the soldier quickly say, "Your Highness, the allied forces of the 7 empires are already 50 miles away from Dragon Mist City. Moreover, they are still speeding up." Hearing this, Yi Daofeng and the others' faces changed. Yun Nuoxing was also a little surprised. Strange. Weren't they still 100 miles away when they passed by just now? An army of 700,000 shouldn't be able to travel so quickly. It's a little strange that they are already at the city gates in just a few minutes. There are traces of talisman masters in the allied forces of the 7 empires. The talisman they use can increase the speed of their advance. It's the best choice for a surprise attack. I estimate that they will be 10 miles away in 10 minutes. Excluding the time it took for me to come in to send the message, I'm afraid. The soldier didn't even raise his head as he continued to speak quickly. Let's go and take a look first. Yi Daofeng waved his hand and quickly ran out of the main hall. Yun Nuoxing also nodded and directly flew out with the others, rushing toward the city walls of Dragon Mist City. Just as they flew out of the palace, suddenly, a thunderous drum sound came from afar. Then, it spread to the entire Dragon Mist City. Even the palace could hear it. Are they going to attack? Hearing the rapid drum sound, Yi Daofeng and the others' faces turned serious. Chapter 482. Not long after the drums rang out, the earth began to shake. A black wave suddenly surged towards the direction of Dragon Mist City from the distant green horizon. The rumbling sound of footsteps landing on the ground resounded like thunder in the sky. An enormous pressure was exerted on everyone's hearts. All Soul Stage and above experts of the Mang Dragon Guard scatter to the various defensive lines and guard against the Martial Kings and Soul Kings on the other side. A middle-aged man on the city wall had a grave expression as his stern shout resounded through the entire city wall. Upon hearing his command, a large number of people responded immediately. Then, one after another, figures flew out at lightning speed. Everyone! The 7 empires have joined forces to attack our Dragon Mist Empire. Today's great battle concerns the survival of the Dragon Mist Empire. Therefore, let's go all out. The middle-aged man who had just given the command spoke once again in a deep voice as his gaze slowly swept across everyone. Everyone nodded heavily with grave expressions when they heard this. This battle concerned the survival of the empire. As the city wall entered a state of preparation for battle, the black sea of people also surged over amidst the battle cries that soared into the sky. Streaks of light flew over in the air above this sea of people. Clearly, these were the Heaven Stage experts of the 7 empires. They were also the ones who caused the pressure on the Mang Dragon Guard to increase greatly. When the endless black sea of people was just 1,000 meters away from the city wall, it suddenly stopped. A wave of killing intent that soared into the sky spread out from within. In the end, it directly enveloped the entire city wall. The army paused. Streaks of light flew through the air. Subsequently, numerous figures stood in the air. Their gazes contained cold smiles as they looked at the tightly guarded city wall. General! Just as the 2 armies were facing each other, streaks of light rapidly leaped up from below the city wall and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The sudden arrival of these people also stunned that person. Soon after, he was somewhat stunned. Your Highness, why have you all come? This is not the place to talk. Quickly return. After speaking, he extended his hand to grab Yi Daofeng and the others, wanting to throw them back. Yi Daofeng's brows furrowed as he shook off the general's hand and said sternly, "The Empire is facing a great enemy, and the Empire is in trouble. How can we cower behind the front lines and fear battle?" You! The general's expression froze when he saw Yi Daofeng's determined appearance. Soon after, he violently nodded his head. Your Highness's ambition is far from what we can compare to. Today, please take charge of the situation. We will fight to the death. The first prince was proficient in battle. He was only 26 years old and had followed the army to battle many times. He was invincible, but he had never held any position. This was something that everyone in the Dragon Mist Empire knew. Wow, so many people. There must be at least 1 million people here, right? On the stairs of the city wall, Yun Nuoxing and the others walked up unhurriedly. When they reached the edge of the city wall, they couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the dense crowd below. They had never seen such a vast and mighty scene before. The strange thing was that the 5 of them were wearing masks. Before they reached the top of the city wall, Yi Daofeng took out 5 masks and let them wear it. He even draped a large shirt over them. No one knew why. When the general saw Yun Nuoxing and the others, especially the child, his face darkened. Just as he was about to shout, he saw Yi Daofeng shaking his head at him. Yi Daofeng's eyes shone brightly. The general was stunned and had some guesses in his heart. Yun Nuoshing turned around and reached out to touch his mask. He looked at Xian and the others with a faint smile and said, "Do you believe me if I say that I can wipe out the million-strong army below with one strike of my sword?" "Of course we believe you, you monster." Yuan Shi weakly rolled his eyes. With the strength of his monster brother, not to mention a million-strong army, even a million-strong immortal steppe experts would probably not be able to return. With the power that he had destroyed 3 eternal weapons, who could doubt Yun Nuoshing's destructive power? Xian also nodded seriously, causing Yun Nuoshing to roll his eyes. "Haha, nephew Yi Daofeng, it's been a few years since we last met. How is your father?" As the two armies faced each other, a powerful and faint laughter suddenly resounded over the city walls. "Cheong Haya!" Hearing this laughter, the faces of Yi Daofeng and the others on the city wall immediately turned cold. They spat out a name that was extremely prestigious in the Star Zhao Empire. After the laughter sounded, a bright golden light suddenly soared into the sky from the army. After which, it hovered in the sky. Everyone turned their eyes and saw a man in golden clothes hovering in the sky. Behind him, waves of flames were like rolling waves. Stepping on the waves of fire, he was like a fire god. After the appearance of the man in golden clothes, earth-shattering cheers suddenly resounded from the Black Army. Obviously, Cheong Haya had an extremely high reputation even in the 7 Great Empires coalition army. Yi Daofeng calmly looked at Cheong Haya. He took a few steps forward and said coldly, "Thanks to Uncle Cheong's concern, my father is still healthy and can even fight in the midst of an army of 10,000. One called him nephew, while the other called him uncle. It sounded extremely murderous and was far from being as intimate as the other two. "Nephew, I won't be long-winded. I just want to ask, what is the purpose of Uncle Cheong's visit?" Yi Daofeng waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Since Nephew Daofeng is a smart person, let's get straight to the point. The reason we're here is to make the mysterious dragon ritual, which has been silent for 3 years, appear once again." Cheong Haya coldly laughed as he indifferently said, "Are you really only here for the mystery dragon ritual?" Yi Daofeng also coldly laughed and pointed his finger at the army below. Was there a need to mobilize such a large army just for the mystery dragon ritual? The Dragon Mist Empire once promised that they would find the sacred relic within 2 years. Now it is already the 4th year. If your country's efficiency is so low, why don't you let us help?" Cheong Haya said with a smile, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Yi Daofeng coldly laughed in his heart. They said they would help, but the army of 700,000 had already arrived at the foot of the Dragon Mist City. Who would bring a bunch of soldiers to the Imperial City to help? After thinking for a while, Yi Daofeng suddenly said, "This year's mystery dragon ritual will be held as usual. The heaven worship ceremony will also be held." "Haha, nephew, you have no proof. The mystery dragon ritual will not be held just because you said so. What's the point of a mystery dragon ritual without the sacred relic? Could it be that you have found the sacred relic?" Cheong Haya wantonly laughed out loud. Looking at Yi Daofeng's hesitant look, he did not believe that he had found the sacred relic. Yi Daofeng's eyebrows twitched, and his expression turned ugly. Cheong Haya saw this and laughed even more unscrupulously. "If this year's heaven worship ceremony is really held as usual, I, Cheong Haya, will strip naked and run 10 laps around the Dragon Mist City." Pfft! Yun Nuoshing and Yuan Shi immediately spat out mouthfuls of saliva. The former was even trembling from holding back his laughter. In his opinion, if Jun Luo Yi was going to bring people to the God Realm, she would definitely bring the sacred relic to participate in the mystery dragon ritual. If that was the case, this Cheong Haya would really be running naked around the Dragon Mist City. Yi Daofeng's expression turned strange when he heard this. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who was laughing uncontrollably and had an answer in his heart. However, he was not in a hurry to say it. Instead, he remained silent. He knew that Qiong Haiya said this because he believed that they would not be able to find the sacred relic. However, he did not seem to be willing to start a war directly. Even if the Dragon Mist City was breached, they would not be able to find the sacred relic. Or rather, their progress in finding the sacred relic was not as fast as Yi Daofeng and the others. After all, Yi Daofeng and the others were the most familiar with the Dragon Mist Empire. Pressure? Thinking of this, Yi Daofeng came to a realization. Qiong Haiya had brought the armies of the 7 empires here. Conquering Dragon Mist City was probably only secondary. His real goal was to force them to find the sacred relic. However, if the mystery dragon ritual was successfully held, would they retreat? Would they bring an army of 700,000 to wander around and then return? Obviously, that was not very likely. However, if the mystery dragon ritual is not held, Qiong Haiya smiled faintly. Then, my army will not have made a wasted trip. His words were very clear. If the mystery dragon ritual was held, the world would be in great luck, and they might even have to fight. However, if it was not held, then they would start a war now. Yi Daofeng definitely knew what to choose, and Qiong Haiya also knew what the former would choose. There is another condition. From now on, until the end of the mystery dragon ritual, the army of the 7 empires must retreat 300 miles away, Yi Daofeng said in a low voice. Hearing this, Qiong Haiya narrowed his eyes. He could not see anything from Yi Daofeng's calm expression. Just as he was about to refuse, a thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but sneer. I have brought many young disciples with me on this trip. All the empires value martial arts. How about we let the young people spar? If you win, we will retreat 500 miles away. If you lose, I will not bully you and retreat 100 miles. Qiong Haiya smiled faintly. Not bully you? Retreating 100 miles as if they were giving alms was simply an insult. Moreover, there were traces of talisman masters in the 7 great empires. 100 miles was nothing to them. They could fly across it in a few minutes. Yi Daofeng frowned and looked at Yi Ding and the others. Then, he said, rules. Those below the Soul Realm can choose 5 people. 1 person from each side can fight. The winner can continue until one side loses. Qiong Haiya smiled. After thinking for a while, he added, moreover, since it is a battlefield, life and death are up to fate. Yun Nuoxing and the others laughed when they heard this condition. If there was an ultimate master, then wouldn't they be able to defeat the 5 people on the other side? Yi Daofeng and the others were also a little worried. Those who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield would have a very fierce aura. Moreover, whether it was the Tao they grasped or the techniques they cultivated, they would all be refined. After killing on the battlefield and going through layers of elimination, those who remained would be the elites. Do you need help? Seeing their hesitation, Yun Nuoxing transmitted her voice softly. When Yi Daofeng heard this, he smiled bitterly. Before he could say anything, Yun Nuoxing transmitted her voice again. It's fine. We can suppress our realms. They can't see through it. Since the rules were set by us, then we will choose first. Qiong Sheng, you go first. Qiong Haiya grinned and glanced at the army. At this moment, from the direction of the army below, a soldier walked out. This person was clad in black armor, and had a simple and unadorned gigantic sword on his back. He looked simple and capable, but at the same time, he was like an incomparably sharp sword, capable of killing anyone he faced. This person walked to 100 meters in front of the army and took off his helmet, revealing a rather handsome face. Then, he took out the huge sword on his back and stomped it on the ground, causing cracks to appear. He raised his head and stared at the top of the city wall. He shouted, "Come at me together. I will fight the 5 of you alone." This brat's arrogance knows no bounds. Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh. Qiong Sheng. He has quite a bit of fame in the Star Zhao Empire's army. 6th level Soul Realm. He has grasped the great Earth Tao. The attack of the great sword in his hand is as heavy as the earth, but his speed is extremely fast. He is a difficult opponent to deal with, Yi Ding whispered. Seeing this person appear, the hearts of the people on the city wall suddenly tightened. To use Qiong Xing right from the start, was he really going to fight the 5 of them alone? Chapter 483. Qiong Xing was known as the strongest attack of the younger generation. He was a member of the Star Zhao Empire's royal family. He had been fighting with the army in the early years, tempering himself on the battlefield. After a few years, no one knew how strong he was. Now that he had appeared, there was no suspense in this battle. The soldiers looked at the people on the city wall with sympathy in their eyes. No one was spared under Qiong Xing's giant sword. In their opinion, no matter who it was inevitable that they would fall. Strongest attack? When Yun Nuoxing and the others heard the other party's title, they couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. If the former went up, they would know what the strongest attack was. Let me. Yuan Shi grinned. He sensed Qiong Xing's strength and suppressed his cultivation to the same level as the latter. Then, he jumped down from the city wall. Even Yi Daofeng and the others couldn't stop him in time. It's fine. Don't worry. Seeing Yi Daofeng and the others nervous, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand indifferently. With Yuan Shi's strength, even if he suppressed his cultivation to the same level, he would be invincible with just one hand. Seeing this, Yi Daofeng could only sigh. It was their problem. They had a chance of winning. They didn't want anything to happen to Yun Nuoxing and the others. In the current Dragon Mist royal family, their lineage was slightly weaker. It was only because they were born late. Even the first prince was only 26 years old and had just reached the peak of the Soul Realm. There were even people from the other lineages who had stepped into the Martial Realm or Law Realm, becoming Martial King or Soul King. Of course, it was only a matter of age. Not to mention Yi Daofeng, even the 7th prince was at the 5th level of the Soul Realm. Given some time, all 7 of them would be able to step into the Martial Realm or Law Realm. Scapegoat? On the battlefield, Qiong Xing felt that Yuan Shi had the same strength as him. He looked at him with contempt and then at his mask. Then, he sneered, "You have 3 breaths of time to admit defeat. Otherwise, when I make my move, it won't be as simple as losing." Yuan Shi rolled his eyes. This guy was even crazier than Nightmare. He didn't say anything and waved the bronze sword in his hand. It was an ordinary weapon. He took it from Yi Ding's waist when he jumped down. Seeing that Yuan Shi didn't say anything, Qiong Xing laughed loudly. A gust of cold wind swept past. Sword chi covered the sky and scattered in the air, bringing with it a murderous intent. Under that cold intent, Qiong Xing moved and rushed towards Yuan Shi. His body was almost pulled into a black shadow. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. His hand was dragging the huge sword, cutting a long gully on the ground. Yuan Shi also moved. He slowly took out the bronze sword from his back. Both of his hands held the sword hilt firmly. He stared at Qiong Xing with a sharp gaze. A faint ethereal aura was emitted. He didn't cultivate the sword, but after sparring with Yun Nuoxing, he gradually understood the sword. His starting stance was one of the sword techniques that Yun Nuoxing used before. Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. When did this guy learn his sword techniques? Even though it was just a prototype, it was already half as powerful. At least that was what he thought. Seeing the two people's movements, everyone felt a terrifying sword intent. The air seemed to have frozen. Their eyes were fixed on the two people who were getting closer and closer. Qiong Xing finally raised his sword. A cold light shone on the sun in the sky. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind and thunder under his feet. His sword was as fast as thunder and lightning. Everyone only saw an extreme sword light flash across the sky. It was very dazzling. Yuan Shi clenched her bronze sword with both hands, and the sword tip swayed slightly. Looking at the figure that was about to disappear, She felt as if a mountain was slamming down on her. However, she could not help but grin. She calmly stomped her feet on the ground, and then her figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Even Cheong Haya in the sky was startled, and a bad premonition appeared in his heart. Dang! Suddenly there was the sound of metal colliding. 2 sword lights flashed through the air. In an instant the 2 people appeared again. Cheong Shing and Yuan Shi had their backs to each other. They were standing there in the same position as before. There was no blood. They couldn't even see the last movement of the sword. Gotcha! After a short moment, a clear cracking sound was heard. The bronze sword that Yuan Shi was holding suddenly broke into pieces. The people in the army were overjoyed. On the other hand, Yi Daofeng's face darkened. Had he lost? However, in the next moment, a cold wind blew past. The heavy sword behind Yuan Shi fell to the ground. Then, Cheong Shing's body was blown away like dust. It floated in the air and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the people who wanted to shout had their mouths wide open. It was as if a duck had been grabbed by the throat. Everyone felt their hearts beat violently. Cheong Shing had lost? Not only had he lost, but there wasn't even a speck of dust left. He was completely dead. Ah, the quality of this sword is so bad. It couldn't even last a single battle. After a short moment, Yuan Shi stretched his back and said that the sword wasn't good enough. Everyone was speechless. Then, he sighed and turned around. He slowly walked back and picked up the huge sword that Cheong Shing had left behind. Then, he waved at Cheong Haya and said with a smile, "Next." Everyone recovered from their shock. Cheong Haya flung his robe fiercely and swept his gloomy gaze across the army, as if he was thinking about who to send out for battle. In that instant Yuan Shi unleashed 7 swords. The first sword blocked Cheong Shing's greatsword, and the remaining 6 swords all landed on Cheong Shing's body without holding back. The sword Qi directly turned his body into dust. The bronze sword's material is not strong, so it is very difficult to resist that kind of speed. Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief. Only he could see clearly with his evil spirit eye. "Little star, what about you?" Xian suddenly asked curiously. "Me?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "If I go, I won't even be able to use the first attack. The bronze sword will disintegrate in the air." He wasn't exaggerating. Every attack of his contained the element of light. Ordinary materials would be destroyed by the extreme speed of the element of light. But when Yi Daofeng and the others heard this, they were shocked. If he couldn't even use the first attack, how fast was he? At this moment, Cheong Haya wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. Everyone in the Xingzhou Empire's army had an ugly expression. Cheong Shing's death meant that their army had lost a capable general. Moreover, there weren't many people stronger than Cheong Shing. They were probably all in the 8th or 9th level of the spirit realm. This was why Cheong Haya was still hesitating. Cheong En, 7th level of the spirit realm. This person's talent is very strong in the Xingzhou Empire. He's an expert who cultivates the Tao. He's mastered quite a few Taos. There seem to be 4 of them. Moreover, he's good at combining Taos. When he combines them, he's even stronger than someone who has comprehended the Tao. Yi Ding said softly. If Mr. Yuan continues to suppress his cultivation to the 6th level, I'm afraid, so fast. Yi Ding was about to say something when he saw Cheong En fly out. His body drew an arc in the sky and landed heavily in front of the army. Cracks appeared on the ground as he fainted. Yi Ding's face twitched when he saw Yuan Shi swinging the giant sword that weighed 1,000 pounds in boredom. He was speechless. It seemed that even if he suppressed his cultivation, this group of people couldn't be judged by common sense. Before he could finish speaking, Cheong En had been defeated. Yi Daofeng and Cheong Haya were also speechless. The latter's expression was so ugly that it looked like he had eaten a dead rat. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This rule was set by him. Although he didn't say that he couldn't use a higher cultivation to suppress, if he did, he would lose all his face. Moreover, in the Xingzhou Empire's army, there were very few people around the 6th level of the spirit realm who were stronger than Qiongxing. What to do? Should he give up? Qiong Haiya fiercely shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. After thinking about it, he sent another 3 6th level spirit realm elites up. Without exception, they were all sent flying by Yuan Shi's sword. This time, it was the 7 armies' turn to be speechless. The leaders of the various empires saw Qiong Haiya's gloomy expression and gritted teeth and couldn't say anything. It could be said that Qiong Haiya's expression was as gloomy as his confidence when he first called for the competition. It was as if a storm was brewing. Yi Daofeng and the others saw this result and let out a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but sigh. What a drama! Uncle Qiong, sorry for the offense. Yi Daofeng cupped his fists towards Qiong Haiya. He was secretly laughing in his heart. In the eyes of Qiong Haiya, this action was a form of mockery. His expression became even gloomier, but he couldn't say anything. In front of the army, he really couldn't shed all pretense of cordiality. Where would he put his face then? Nephew's magi are really strong. According to the agreement, we will retreat 500 miles. Qiong Haiya flicked his sleeves and said with gritted teeth, "Don't forget what nephew said." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and glanced at the 7 armies. His voice was indifferent as he said, "7 armies, retreat 500 miles. Hearing this, everyone sighed silently in their hearts. However, they didn't care. In their opinion, there was no difference whether they retreated or not. They had the same confidence as Qiong Haiya. Many soldiers also didn't think that the Dragon Mist Empire could take out the sacred item. Although they thought so, a loss was a loss. One by one, they spread out and spread the order to every corner of the army. On the city wall, Yun Nuoxing looked at the army that retreated under Qiong Haiya's command. He couldn't help but whistle. Well, the matter had been resolved for a while. As for the rest, thinking of this, he looked at Yi Daofeng and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. Even if the profound dragon ritual is successfully held, the 7 armies won't come here for nothing." "I understand." Yi Daofeng nodded. He then cupped his hands at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Yun." What he said was not only because of the competition, but also because of the sacred item. If it wasn't for Yun Nuoxing's appearance, Jun Luo-yi and the others would have already left this place. Then, they would never be able to find the sacred item. The 7 armies would also use this as an excuse to break into the city. At that time, the Dragon Mist Empire would be wiped off the face of the profound dragon continent. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. He only wanted to see if the so-called sacrificial fire was the spiritual fire. Although the profound dragon continent wasn't as big as the God realm, it was still as big as 2 divine sky cities. It would take a long time to search the entire continent. If the sacrificial fire wasn't the spiritual fire, then they would really have to set foot in other places of the profound dragon continent. Oh right, where is the profound dragon ritual being held? Yun Nuoxing suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yi Daofeng took out the map and slowly spread it out. Then, he pointed to the center of the profound dragon continent for Yun Nuoxing to see. It was the center of the profound dragon continent. One could clearly see that the center was a big circle that was cut into 8 pieces by the 8 great empires like cutting a cake. In the center, where the borders were the weakest, there was also a circle drawn there, as if something was trapped inside. The center of the profound dragon continent, Yun Nuoxing muttered. Yi Daofeng nodded and said, "That's where the profound dragon ritual is held every year. Usually there's nothing there. Only when the profound dragon ritual is held will the people of the 8 great empires and the major forces go there. It's said that the profound dragon ritual is a passage to another world. Of course, this information is only known to the higher-up." Yun Nuoxing glanced at the circle in the center. He couldn't help but laugh and nod. Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to bring people to the circle, a soldier in golden armor flew up from below the city wall. Soon after, he knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Daofeng and Yun Nuoshing and said respectfully, "Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to go there. Please bring a few friends with you." Us? Yun Nuoshing pointed at himself, a little stunned. Chapter 484. Yi Shiwen strolled through Dragon Mist City. Perhaps it was because of the earth-shattering drumbeats, everyone thought that the 7 armies were about to launch an all-out attack. The streets were very chaotic. Countless people were busy packing their luggage, as if they wanted to leave Dragon Mist City. Obviously, even the ordinary people didn't believe that the Dragon Mist Empire could win the war. After the first prince saw this, he couldn't do anything to stop it. He could only comfort the people a little. As for other things, such as the guarantee that Dragon Mist City wouldn't fall, he really couldn't guarantee it. Yun Nuoshing and the others had the ability to stop it, but they wouldn't listen to his orders. This made the first prince sigh in sorrow. "Nuoshing, I want to learn a move from you." Yuanshi weighed the 2-meter-long and half-meter-wide sword in his hand. Suddenly, he looked at Yun Nuoshing and transmitted his voice softly. Seeing that the roadside was still selling sugar-coated haws, Yun Nuoshing ran over excitedly and bought a few skewers. He handed one to Xian and the others, then gave one to Yuanshi. Only then did he reply, "What is it?" "The move you used with the Netherworld Ruins sword." Yuanshi took a bite of the sugar-coated haws and said, "Oh, the Netherworld Heavenly Slash." Yun Nuoshing mumbled incoherently. Then he said, "This move is deadly. Do you really want to learn it?" The Netherworld Heavenly Slash was a sword skill attached to the Netherworld Ruins sword. It was the only one. Although there were some other skills sealed in the Netherworld Ruins sword, Yun Nuoshing couldn't touch them even if he wanted to. The Netherworld Ruins sword told him that he wasn't strong enough to come into contact with this level of secret skill. He could only suppress his desire to explore it. However, this move was already very difficult for him. Deadly. Yuanshi was so scared that he directly swallowed a gourd. He choked and his face turned red. He couldn't help coughing. "Yes." Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "I used 90% of my energy, 90% of my elemental energy, 90% of my life force, 90% of my soul energy, and 90% of my spiritual energy. With the Netherruin sword's quality and my own strength, it's enough to slice a low-level Netherworld Emperor in half. But that's all. Brother, I'm not going to kill anyone with this sword, I'm going to kill myself." Yuanshi's eyes widened when he heard this. 90% of his strength was equivalent to draining his body dry. What was he going to do with the remaining strength? Of course, you can also use 100% of your full strength. 90% is just the basic consumption. Furthermore, if you have less than 90% of your remaining energy, it will be directly drained. The greater the power of the God Tool, the greater the power of the Firmament Slash. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, and then added, "The so-called self-destruction of 800 can cause 1,200 damage to the enemy. Speaking of which, do you still want to learn?" Yun Nuoshing threw the bamboo stick to the side, and looked at Yuanshi with a faint smile. Yuanshi wiped the sweat from his forehead in shock. He really wanted to learn. "Tisk, I thought you would be so scared that you didn't want to learn." Seeing his determined gaze, Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook her head. She seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, the Firmament Slash is a divine rank mystic skill. You have to be mentally prepared." Divine. Divine rank? That divine rank? Yuanshi was completely scared out of her wits this time, and the candied haw in her hand fell to the ground. Secret skills and mystical skills were divided into common, low, medium, high, excellent, elite, extreme, immortal, saint, and absolute. As for the divine rank, it was above these 10 ranks. Learning a divine rank mystical skill had nothing to do with one's strength, but it was extremely difficult to learn. It also required an extraordinary level of comprehension to learn it thoroughly. Some people joked that if one could comprehend a divine rank mystical skill, then it would be easy to comprehend the will of elements, and at that time, anyone could become an array master. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to learn a divine rank mystic skill. On the other hand, it was easier for an array master to learn a divine rank mystic skill. Of course, it was only a little easier. Learn. Why wouldn't I learn it? Since it's a divine rank mystic skill, then I have to learn it even more. After learning it, I can become a respected array master. Yuan Shi grinned and laughed loudly. Glancing at him, Yun Nuoxing shook her head and smiled faintly. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's smiling face immediately collapsed. Without waiting for him to say anything, he heard Yun Nuoxing transmit her voice again. Do you have any low-level sword skills or fighting skills? The requirements aren't high. If it's not a divine rank mystic skill, then it's fine too. Damn, your grandpa's fine too. The Heart Sutra I learned is only a high-level mystic skill. It's just enough to let me pass the immortal rank. You want to say that it's a divine rank mystic skill? Yuan Shi immediately exploded. 8888 Yun Nuoxing spread out her hands and sighed. I can't help it. There are only two kinds of mystic skills in my head, those that I've learned and those that I haven't. Among those that I've learned, the lowest is the immortal rank and the highest is the divine rank. As for those that I haven't learned, the lowest is the immortal rank and the highest is the divine rank. Mystic skills are a combination of 3 or 4 mystic skills, and the lowest is the absolute rank. Yuan Shi, at yen%*, if you learn such a high-level mystic skill, can you handle it? Yuan Shi was very doubtful of life. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing. No, I can't handle it. Don't you see that I look like I'm about to die after every battle? It's almost like I'm about to die from exhaustion. Yun Nuoxing shook her head in distress and sighed. Who asked me to not have any low-level mystic skills? Sigh, I'm so worried. Your F***king taking advantage of me. Yuan Shi cursed. So, do you want to learn 1 or 2 types? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, arrogantly. That look made Yuan Shi want to stamp his shoe on her face. Let me think about it. After a while, Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. He knew very well that a divine rank mystic skill was really not something that an ordinary person could handle. Perhaps only Yun Nuoxing, who had a godly physique and energy crystals, could squander it. Let me know when you've thought about it. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She was also clear about what Yuan Shi was thinking about, so she didn't impart it to him rashly. Learning a divine rank mystic skill with an immortal rank body required not only comprehension, but also great courage. Learning a divine rank mystic skill had a chance of dying. This sentence was never frightening, because divine rank mystic skills were difficult to control and subdue. It was easy to go berserk during cultivation, and the body and soul would be destroyed. In general, based on the divine rank mystic skills that I've learned so far, I can only conclude that these things are not used for sparring. They're used to kill people and cause destruction. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. Cause destruction. Yuan Shi inexplicably thought of the scene in the ghostly forest. He couldn't help but shudder and nod. That kind of high-level mystic skill was indeed not used for sparring. Even if one couldn't unleash 100% of its power, it was still a very powerful mystic skill even if one could only unleash 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of its power. Then, what grade is the Star Arts? Yuan Shi suddenly asked. Star Arts? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After thinking for a long time, she looked at Yuan Shi strangely and said, I don't know, I haven't learned it before. You haven't learned it before? This time, it was Yuan Shi's turn to be surprised. That day in the ghostly forest, the huge beam of starlight that fell from the sky turned the entire ghostly forest into an abyss and destroyed 3 eternal divine weapons. Jin Jinwang even said the words, Star Arts. Think about it carefully? Don't scare me. Yuan Shi was a little flustered. It was a sudden fluster without any reason. Seeing his nervous face, Yun Nuoxing also closed her eyes and carefully rummaged in her mind. After a while, she opened her eyes again and shook her head. No, this is the first time I've heard this name. But that day, Yuan Shi was a little anxious. He paused and seemed to think of something. Then, he stopped talking and turned his eyes to Xian. Yun Nuoxing strangely followed his gaze. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Xian and Mei Mao's eyes flicker slightly and her expression change slightly. She seemed to be a little nervous, but if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell. Then, she sighed inexplicably and reached out her hand to squeeze Yun Nuoxing's palm. She whispered, "Little star, I can't hide it anymore, ah?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned, but then she heard Yuan Shi sigh heavily. She suddenly turned her head and saw him patting her shoulder. She was even more shocked. Yuan Shi patted the right side of his forehead. His eyes were a little sad. He said telepathically, "Brother, you didn't tell me such a big thing. That's not very nice of you." Seeing his actions and combining them with his words, Yun Nuoxing finally understood. She turned her head and glared at Xian. Xian looked at him innocently. Her watery eyes softened his heart. He squeezed her little hand and couldn't say anything. He could only smile bitterly. "Don't think too much. It's not a big deal, really." Yun Nuoxing patted Yuan Shi's shoulder, shook her head, and smiled calmly. Seeing this, Yuan Shi looked at her with disdain and said, "Xian was right. You never tell the truth." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He couldn't tell her that he might be controlled by chaos at any time. If it came to that point, he might choose to go on the road alone. He would send Xian and Yi Shi to the Nine Deities' palace, then send Yuan Shi back home, and then complete his mission alone. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's silent, bitter smile, Yuan Shi also knew that he couldn't pry open Yun Nuoxing's stubborn mouth. He sighed softly and didn't ask any more questions. It didn't take long. After Yi Daofeng finished his speech, the group rushed towards the palace. They rushed into the palace in a few minutes. However, they didn't run towards the main hall. Instead, they went to a more remote palace. It was quiet and serene. The courtyard was very quiet. The grass, flowers, and trees blended into the scenery very naturally. It didn't seem abrupt at all. Yi Daofeng and the others stood at the door. They waited for a while before pushing the door open and entering. Yun Nuoxing and the others stood at the door for a while before they followed in. The palace was very quiet. There were no guards everywhere in the palace. When they pushed the door open and entered, they saw rows of neatly arranged bookshelves. There were also stacks of books piled up on the ground. Some of them were even half opened and hung at the side. It seemed a little messy. Rather than a palace, this place was more like a study. At the very front of the bookshelves, they saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was surrounded by stacks of books that were 2 meters high. The middle-aged man was dressed very ordinarily. He wore a gray cloth shirt with a white robe draped over his shoulders. He had a short beard between his nose and lips. There was an indescribable calmness between his brows. There was also a hint of something else mixed in. His pitch-black eyes revealed an unfathomable feeling of profoundness. There was no joy or sorrow. No one knew what he was thinking. The man held a scroll in his hand. He supported his head with his left hand and seemed a little lazy. He casually glanced at a few lines of words on the scroll before carefully rolling it up and putting it to the side. He then picked up another book and repeated his actions. It wasn't until a creaking sound came from the door that the middle-aged man raised his gaze and looked at the 7 people who walked in side by side. A hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the people who followed behind the 7 people. He casually closed the book and slowly stood up. "Father." The 7 people bowed slightly and respectfully said. Then the first prince began to talk about what had just happened. The middle-aged man listened very calmly. When Yi Daofeng finished, He let out a soft sigh and walked out from the pile of books. He arrived beside Yi Daofeng and patted his shoulder. He said plainly, "You all know what to do. I'm old now, so I can only be your shield." When Yi Daofeng and Yi Ding heard this, they were a little anxious. They wanted to say something, but when they saw the middle-aged man waving his hand, they could only swallow their words. The middle-aged man smiled and looked at the 7 people lovingly. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. He patted his robe and said respectfully, "Friends from the Divine City who have come from afar, I welcome you on behalf of the Dragon Mist Empire." Yun Nuoxing was slightly taken aback, then he rolled his eyes. Back then, he had heard from Yu Chen that there were some experts from the God world in the small world. They had all carefully hidden their identities. Why was it that when it came to them, it was not so easy to hide their identities? Chapter 485. Even Yi Daofeng and the others were very surprised. Although they had already guessed a bit from Yun Nuoxing and Jun Luoyi's conversation, they still couldn't help but be shocked when their father said it out loud. "I've also been to the Divine City. At that time, I was already a martial king. I went to the Divine City with a few friends who were similarly powerful. However, when we first arrived, the energy in our bodies completely disappeared and was replaced with a new and even purer energy. Because my friends didn't know what was going on, many of them died or were injured while trying to resist the energy replacement." The middle-aged man sighed and continued, "There weren't many people left in our group. When we joined forces to explore the Divine City, we were shocked by the strength of the people there. Martial kings and heaven immortals could be seen everywhere. There were even some people with even higher strength. Even now, I still can't forget the pressure they gave off. It made me feel like I was facing an abyss." We didn't explore the Divine City for very long. Perhaps it was because we no longer had the hot-bloodedness of our youth, or perhaps it was because we were afraid of the strength of the people in the Divine City. Our group didn't explore for very long. I'm afraid it wasn't even a month. However, I've been to that place before. According to the information that was sent to me, I believe you're from the Divine City." The middle-aged man's expression became serious after a while. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others and said firmly. At this moment, the hearts of Yi Daofeng and the others rose and fell upon hearing these words, and they were unable to calm down. So it turned out that their father had once gone to the Divine City, a sacred place that countless people yearned for. However, the outcome later on caused them to be unable to help but sigh. This was something that only Yi Daofeng could confirm. When he was only 5 years old, his father had once vanished for a period of time, and he had probably gone to the Divine City at that time. In the end, Yi Daofeng and the others all looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. They had all guessed it, and their father had confirmed it. However, they wanted Yun Nuoxing and the others' answers. This made their hearts fiercely clench. They were extremely nervous. Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. The energy in the realm of the gods was very pure, and it could automatically replace the impure energy in the bodies of people who came from small worlds. He had only heard of this before, but he did not know much about it. He did not expect it to be true. Yun Nuoxing stared at the middle-aged man calmly. He tried to find something in the latter's eyes, but in the end, he could only see a hint of calmness. However, he felt that the middle-aged man must be unwilling to give up. Yun Nuoxing did not know how much he had paid to go to the realm of the gods, but he knew that he had paid the price, but he did not have a chance to explore the realm of the gods. In the end, he had to come back with his tail between his legs. Yun Nuoxing could not help but let out a long sigh when she thought of this. Then she nodded heavily and said, "That's right. We're indeed from the God City that you speak of." Yi Daofeng and the others finally relaxed when they heard that. They heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Even the middle-aged man's hand trembled violently, and his breathing became slightly hurried. "What kind of world is it?" A clear voice made Yun Nuoxing turn around. It was Yi Yun who had spoken. At this moment, Her Mei Mao was glowing brightly as she stared at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Even Yi Daofeng swallowed his saliva and listened nervously. Yes, what kind of world is it? Yun Nuoxing murmured. Then, she raised her head and said softly, the world we're in is called the realm of the gods. It means the world where the gods live. The realm of the gods is very big, and the vastness of its territory is unimaginable. It is divided into 7 large regions, and ordinary people would find it difficult to walk from one region to another even if they walked for thousands of years. On this huge stage, there are thousands of races, countless experts, and countless young experts competing with each other. Even we are only one of the members of that competition. It's just that we are separated from the rest of the world and are not known by others. Compared to the realm of the gods, the mystic dragon continent is only the size of 2 cities. However, even the size of the mystic dragon continent is only a drop in the ocean in the realm of the gods. It's so small that it's difficult to attract the attention of others. The mystic dragon continent is only a small world in the realm of the gods. It's a man-made small world, but it's able to perfectly reproduce new life forms, you guys. The gods are the true experts in the realm of the gods. One of them is below tens of thousands of people. Small worlds like this that are not under anyone's control, they can easily destroy countless of them. In the realm of the gods, there are countless experts and powerful forces. A city can stretch for hundreds of thousands of li, and the population can reach hundreds of billions. There are also countless cities in a large region. In the end, I'm afraid numbers don't have any meaning. But, the realm of the gods is only one of the 3,000 macro-worlds and 10,000 realms in the universe. It's also small and inconspicuous in the universe, but it's the brightest star. Yun Nuoxing also talked about other things, such as forbidden places. He talked about them in an exaggerated manner. When he saw that Yi Daofeng and the others could not hide their palpitations, his expression was a little strange. He did not know what nonsense he was talking about, but he still forced himself to finish. Hearing this, Yi Daofeng and the others felt a surge of emotions. They seemed to be imagining a scene where they could rule the heavens. That was the fantasy of all martial artists. They could create a world with their own strength, or control the 3,000 macro-worlds. However, when these words fell into the ears of Xian and the others, their faces darkened. They didn't know what this bastard was talking about. God, the whole world knows that you broke 3 eternal weapons, okay? If you call that unknown, then what is known? The realm of the gods, where the gods are. That's the name of the god city. Gods, gods, so glorious, so magnificent. Yi Ding's heart was in a perilous situation. No one from the Xianlong continent had ever told him what kind of world the god city was. Today, he was lucky enough to hear Yun Nuoxing's words. He was afraid that there would be no one like him in the future. Of course, they wouldn't spread this information casually. Mr. Yun, where did you come from? Can you still go back? Yi Ding hurriedly patted his chest and asked rather calmly. There's a valley in the south of the Dragon Mist Empire. It's surrounded by a towering mountain, and there's a forest outside. There's an entrance there. As for whether we can go back or not, I'm not sure. Yun Nuoxing said indifferently. Even if they knew, it would be useless. According to Yu Chun, even the top experts of this world couldn't enter that place. 10,000 feet high cliff. It's actually there. No one cares about that place. It's a very good place to hide. Yi Daofeng instantly said the place Yun Nuoxing had pointed out. Even heaven-rank experts don't dare to set foot there casually. The cliff is 10,000 feet high, and the height of flying is limited. Even in the forest, there are maze formations and wild beasts, enough to trap heaven-rank experts to death. Maze formations? When we walked out, we weren't affected at all. Yun Nuoxing said strangely. Didn't they walk out smoothly that day? Yun Nuoxing, who was puzzled, felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. He couldn't help but lower his head, only to see Yi Shi's proud smile. he immediately understood everything. It must be this girl who broke the maze formation. Thinking of this, he laughed and hugged her, rubbing her head. Speaking of which, do you know who Jun Luo-yi is? Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of the smart girl that day and couldn't help but ask. He only knew that the latter seemed to be the priest of the Dragon Mist Empire's royal family. Jun Luo-yi is known as the most talented girl in the Dragon Mist Empire. Her talent is extremely high, and she's already an expert at the peak of the Soul Realm before the age of 25. When she was 15, she broke away from her family and had been training outside. She joined the Heavenly Profound sect and became a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Sovereign. The 11 direct disciples under him are also extremely powerful. The eldest disciple, Xian Qingshan, has already been certified as a Dharma seat and became a Soul King. As for Jun Luo-yi, she used her intelligence to convince everyone and became the 12th direct disciple of the Heavenly Profound Sovereign. It's said that Jun Luo-yi has grasped more than 100 Daos, and her comprehension is extremely high. She once killed a famous martial king at the peak of the Soul Realm and traveled to the other 7 great empires. She also made contributions in the army. The army led by her has always been victorious. A few years ago, in a great war, she killed her way to the neighboring country's royal capital and ended the war that lasted for 3 years. Then, 4 years ago, she passed the royal family's examination and became a priest. She was also chosen as the main priest of that year's profound dragon ritual. Then, just like what you know, she was only 21 years old. Yi Ding couldn't help but smile bitterly at the end. She snatched the sacred relic and left. Moreover, she successfully escaped with the help of many unknown people. Yun Nuoshing continued, making Yi Ding and the others smile bitterly. She snatched the Dragon Mist Empire's sacred relic in front of the 8 great empires and escaped unscathed. They really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when I saw her a few days ago, she was still at the peak of the Soul Realm. She seemed to be stuck in her realm. Yi Daofeng added. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and said, I'm afraid that when she was 15 years old, she was already planning how to snatch the Dragon Mist Empire's sacred relic. These 9 years, she was just preparing for this day. Perhaps when she left her family, she already came into contact with the profound Sky Sovereign. Later on, she teamed up with her senior and junior brothers, as well as the people she met in the army to snatch the sacred relic. Of course, this is purely my guess. A plan that took an entire 9 years to prepare. When they heard this, the expressions of Yi Daofeng and the others became slightly heavy. Spending 9 years to prepare a banquet, if it was true, then this Jun Luo-yi was truly quite extraordinary. Of course, the so-called stuck realm, I don't think it's the stuck realm. She wanted to wait until she entered the realm of the gods before breaking through. Of course, this is still my guess. I don't know if there are any benefits to breaking through in the realm of the gods, Yun Nuoshing said. So, Mr. Yun, when you let them go back then, you were sure that they would definitely come to participate in the profound dragon ritual this year? Yi Ding guessed. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, in fact, from what Daofeng said just now, I could already guess that. After suppressing it for 4 years, she definitely won't be able to suppress it in the end. Maybe when we meet her, she'll already be at her limit. She needs to find a place to break through. If her ideal place is the realm of the gods, then she'll definitely come to participate in the profound dragon ritual 10 days later. At that time we'll capture her. Yi Yun couldn't help but ask. Let her complete the ritual. Are you going to dance with her after we capture her? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. Yi Yun couldn't help but mutter. If that's the case, then we'll have to prepare well for this year's profound dragon ritual. The sacrificial fire can indeed guide people to the divine city. When that time comes, will you all be going back? The middle-aged man looked at Yun Nuoshing and asked. We? Yun Nuoshing thought for a while, hesitated for a while, then shook her head and said, We're not in a hurry. We'll see how it goes. It's rare to come across a small world, so we came down to play. Anyway, we have a way to go back. Of course, even though we're not in a hurry, we still have to participate in this year's profound dragon ritual. Our guide introduced us to it when we came, so we're looking forward to it. Alright, this year, the Dragon Mist Empire will give you a grand reception. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly, then looked at Yi Daofeng and the others and said, Daofeng, what do you all plan to do? Follow us to the Divine City, or stay here to take over the throne? As soon as these words came out, Yi Daofeng and the others, who were excited just a moment ago, instantly calmed down, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The 7 brothers looked at each other, and for a moment, no one said anything. I want to go to the Divine City. Young Master Yun described it so brilliantly, how can I not go? Suddenly, Yi Yun's voice rang out like a lark's, easing the tense atmosphere. Yi Daofeng and the others let out a sigh of relief, then looked at each other and clenched their teeth, as if they had made a decision. Go, that world is your stage. You don't have to worry about the throne, I have my own arrangements. Seeing their complicated expressions, the middle-aged man also understood. Before Yi Daofeng and the others could say anything, he spoke first. The way he looked at the 7 of them was filled with unconcealable doting. He also knew that this small profound dragon continent couldn't trap them. Father, your son is unfilial. Hearing this, Yi Daofeng's eyes reddened. He immediately knelt down and bowed deeply to the middle-aged man. Yun Nuoxing could even hear the sound of his forehead knocking on the floor. At the same time, Yi Ding and the others also knelt down. No hurry, there are still 10 more days. Seeing this, the middle-aged man helplessly shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he helped Yi Daofeng and the others up. Seeing them like this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. Yi Daofeng's group, Jun Luo Yi's group, what kind of storm would the 2 of them cause in the world of gods? However, that probably had nothing to do with him. On the day of the profound dragon ritual, I don't recommend that too many people go. Yun Nuoxing said this sentence out of nowhere, startling Yi Daofeng and the others. Why? Yi Ding didn't understand. The profound dragon ritual was a grand occasion for the entire empire, and also a grand occasion for the profound dragon continent. When the time came, all the important people of the empire would go back to participate. It was a very sacred event. Why? Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. She looked at Yi Ding and the others in disbelief. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Did you guys get too excited and forget about something that's still 500 miles away? Yi Ding and the others were stunned, then they all smiled bitterly. They seemed to have really forgotten about it in their excitement. Chapter 486. At night, Yun Nuoxing sat quietly in a secret room. His 6 wings flapped gently behind his back, making thunderous sounds. If it weren't for the fact that this secret room had excellent sound insulation, anyone within 100 meters would be able to hear this terrifying sound. Just as Yi Shi had said, Yun Nuoxing's cultivation caused too much of a commotion. It was as if a thundercloud was randomly rumbling. After being busy for an entire day, Yun Nuoxing finally had the time to sit down and cultivate. After adjusting his condition to his best state, Yun Nuoxing took out the soul-condensing battle talisman that he had spent 10 million to buy. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Brilliant colors shone in front of his eyes. A few small formations condensed in front of his eyes. Through these formations, he could clearly see everything inside the talisman. The talisman wasn't very big. It was only a little longer than a palm and 3 fingers wide. The azure talisman paper was filled with some energy patterns that he couldn't understand. Although Yun Nuoxing couldn't understand them, he could understand some of them. Every energy pattern contained an extremely large amount of power. After looking at it for a long time, he even felt that this thing was somewhat similar to a talisman. Little Shi. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth and called out softly. The stone door of the secret room was opened a dozen or so seconds later. Then, a petite figure in a black dress flashed in and casually closed the stone door. After Yi-shi came in, she didn't say anything. She directly walked to the stone bed where Yun Nuoxing was sitting cross-legged. She looked at the talisman floating in the air and reached out her small hand, which was wrapped in a wide sleeve, to take the azure talisman. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her, then said, "Talismans and talismans. Are there any similarities between the two?" Hearing this, Yi-shi shook her head. She climbed onto Yun Nuoxing's stone bed and sat down. Her two small legs dangled in the air as she said, "Talismans and talismans have nothing to do with each other, but talismans and talismans may have some connection." "Cursed talisman?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Talismans, as the name suggests, came from a long time ago, probably during the ancient era, when talisman masters were a very popular profession, comparable in status to the current alchemists and array masters. Yi-shi pondered for a moment, mulling over the matter in her mind. Talismans and formation diagrams are somewhat similar. The former evolves various profound skills into veined patterns that gather energy. Then, those hundreds and thousands of veined patterns are written on talisman paper to form a talisman. However, the activation of a talisman requires an incantation. When the two are combined, it becomes a talisman. It can trigger a powerful attack without consuming energy. It is extremely effective in battle. After saying this, Yi-shi paused for a moment and scratched her head in distress. Yun Nuoxing knew that she might have forgotten, so she reached out to rub her beautiful hair and laugh. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a flash in Yi-shi's eyes and continued speaking. Then, with the passage of time, the talisman was transformed in the hands of a peerless expert. The energy-veined patterns that should have been written on the talisman paper were engraved in the mind. Then, through the incantation, the talisman could be engraved in the void, directly triggering a powerful attack. Furthermore, it only consumed a little bit of mental energy. There was no need to constantly write on the talisman paper, which was more convenient and faster. At this time, the talisman became a talisman incantation. However, both of them required a few seconds or even tens of seconds of chanting. And all the way until now, there isn't even a need for an incantation. One can directly use mental energy to engrave the energy-veined patterns in the void. Of course, the time spent hasn't changed. Although it has changed, there are still people who are used to calling it a talisman incantation. Thus, this name has been retained. Of course, calling it a talisman or rune is also fine. After all, it has become like this, and it has completely nothing to do with a talisman. Even the current rune can turn profound skills, elements, willpower, comprehension, memory, energy, and even formations into energy-veined patterns. Looking at this talisman, it seems to achieve the same result through a different method. Of course, there are very few talisman incantation masters now. Turning everything, energy or non-physical, into energy-veined patterns, from simple to complex and back to simple again, is a rune. Talisman incantation masters require a stronger comprehension than formation incantation masters. This is also the reason why Brother Nuo has learned more than 10 types of divine-grade profound cultivation methods and profound skills. His comprehension is definitely not weak. He can try to see if he can become a talisman incantation master. As for the grades of talisman incantation masters, they are similar to formation incantation masters. However, the grades seem to be determined by how many talismans are engraved in the void at one time. I don't know more about it. By the way, although Brother Nuo's crappy inheritance formation is also a divine grade sealing formation and there are talismans inside, Brother Nuo doesn't understand talismans at all. Thus, he can't use that portion of power. After saying that, Yi-shi even spread out her hands in a rather regretful manner and sighed softly. This made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. How could he have so much energy to cultivate both formations and talismans? Just playing with formations was enough to tire him mentally, let alone cultivating talismans. Spare me. That's another topic. If it's a talisman, it's like a talisman incantation drawn on a piece of paper. That's why I said that the two might be slightly related, Yi Shi continued. Then if I directly comprehend this talisman, will I be able to learn talismans? Yun Nuoxing asked. Yi Shi was startled. Her cheeks twitched slightly. In theory, it might be possible? Then I'll give it a try. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Hearing that, Yi Shi's expression became a bit strange. She turned around and saw that he was seriously beginning to analyze this talisman. She was also a bit speechless. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you hiding something from me?" Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, "I'm not hiding anything. It's just an idea that I just came up with. I want to try it out. If it works, then it'll be great. If it doesn't work, then I'll ask for your help." "Is that so?" Yi Shi grabbed his long hair. "I want to fuse talismans, and formations together to form a new fusion object. It can exist in one's mind and be activated at any moment. There's no need to inscribe it in battle," Yun Nuoxing said indifferently. Hearing that, Yi Shi blinked her crystalline eyes. Her little mouth couldn't help but form an O shape. Even the little hand that grabbed his long hair was trembling slightly. Only after a long time did she manage to squeeze out a word from her throat. The formation diagram can be inscribed first and can be activated directly. The talisman can convert all profound skills, wills, elements, and formations into simple energy patterns. The talisman can inscribe runes in one's mind. But on the other hand, the formation diagram needs to be prepared in advance. The talisman has to be inscribed in battle. Although it's only for a few seconds, it's enough to be fatal. So I'm thinking whether or not I can fuse the three main characteristics of the formation diagram, the talisman, and the talisman so that they can be inscribed in one's mind and used directly in battle. Yun Nuoxing's bold idea left Yi Shi speechless. This was definitely an extremely crazy idea. Since ancient times, there were probably not many people who had this kind of idea. This was because no one dared to think about it. Formations, talismans, and talismans, three things from different fields. If they were combined together, what would be born? Although Yi Shi had seen that Yun Nuo had once fused 4 spirit designs together, that was 4 spirit designs. At the very least, they were products of the same domain. But this time, what he wanted to move were products of 3 different domains. Although she knew that Yun Nuoxing was crazy, she didn't expect him to be crazy to this extent. You want to use your mind as talisman paper, and inscribe talismans that can be detonated at any time. Yi Shi was completely convinced. She kept feeling that Yun Nuoxing's crazy upper limit was constantly being refreshed. "Amen, I want to give it a try." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "Crazy guy." A helpless voice came from his body and beside him. This made Yun Nuoxing smile faintly. If he was crazy, then he was crazy. Even if he failed, it wasn't anything serious. At worst, he could just give up. Then I'll play with Big Brother Nuo. I'm also very curious about what the final product will be. If it really succeeds, I'm afraid it will be recorded in the history of the realm of the gods. After a long time, Yi Shi finally calmed down. She looked at Yun Nuoxing's quiet side profile and laughed helplessly. "Call me if you need anything," Ziyi said. "Amen," Yun Nuoxing smiled. To be honest, if he were to do this himself, there was a 90% chance that he would fail. Combining 3 different things into the same thing was impossible. "Big Brother Nuo, can the evil spirit I allow others to see the formation together?" Yi Shi asked as she tugged on Yun Nuoxing's cloak. "Amen, if the eye formation is opened, it will allow many people to see it at the same time. However, at the same time, the load on me will also increase." Yun Nuoxing nodded. As if he realized what Yi Shi was thinking, he continued, "However, the energy required to maintain 5 people is still doable. The star energy is enough for me to squander for a while." Yi Shi nodded, then ran out. Not long after, she called Xian and the others over. After she explained everything clearly, the degree of shock on their faces wasn't any less than the one she had shown just now. "Brother, I'll definitely help you. Don't stop me, or else I'll get angry with you." Yuan. She patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and nodded. Xian didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing's position was equivalent to her position. As for Qin Yan, after thinking for a while, she originally wanted to withdraw. This was a matter between Yun Nuoxing and the others. In fact, they weren't close enough to her to tell her such a secret. Qin Yan also wanted to withdraw. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing slammed the door to the secret room and smiled coldly. "You've already boarded the pirate ship and you still want to get off?" Qin Yan, who had just turned around, couldn't help but stare blankly after hearing this. Soon after, she burst out laughing. Mei Mao couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Did this mean that he recognized her as a friend? "Big sister Qin Yan, let's go together. My strength and comprehension aren't enough, so I'll be more of a hindrance instead." Xian stuck out her tongue and wrapped her arms around Qin Yan's arm, looking quite intimate. Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh. She nodded and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. "Then this little girl will respectfully accept." Yun Nuoxing also laughed. She waved her hand and widened her eyes. The two small arrays that were originally rotating in front of her suddenly enlarged by a lot, becoming about 3 meters in size. Then, she snapped her fingers and the heaven-refining array appeared out of thin air. Some dark green talismans also slowly appeared. When she first fused the arrays, only the 10,000 spirits killing array had talismans. The other arrays didn't have talismans, and when she fused them, Yun Nuoxing didn't touch those talismans, so they retained their original appearance and effects. She shrunk the heaven-refining array to 5 feet in size, then peeled off a talisman from it and threw the soul-condensing battle talisman onto it. The 3 objects stood in a triangle in the void. Through the array of the evil spirit eye, they could see some densely packed objects constantly moving. If they used their soul power to lightly touch them, a huge amount of information would be sent back. They threw the immortal grade and even saint grade Xian crystals on the ground. The energy that filled the air made it so that they didn't have to worry about energy consumption. After doing all this, Yun Nuoxing and the others also sat down in a row. They took a deep breath, and several soul powers burst out at the same time, entering the array of the evil spirit spring. Then, each of them carried several small arrays and rushed towards the 3 items. Chapter 487. A huge amount of information rushed into their minds like a charging army, causing their souls to tremble slightly. Only Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi, who were already used to it, reacted in an instant. Then, their slightly sluggish soul power pounced on the talismans and charms like wolves and tigers. The first thing that Yun Nuoxing took out was the Azure Talisman. Talismans and charms could transform mystic skills, elements, willpower, comprehension, memories, energy, and even formations into energy patterns. The only difference was that the former was engraved on a talisman paper, while the latter was engraved in one's mind. However, the charms that Yun Nuoxing took out weren't pure charms. They were derived from formations. Moreover, he hadn't fully comprehended this formation yet. Perhaps there was a huge difference between it and a real talisman. Therefore, he planned to start with the talisman first. He wanted to know how mystic skills were transformed into energy patterns. "I don't understand." Looking at the black ink that was formed by the yellow streams gathering together in front of him, Yun Nuoxing felt like his head was about to explode. This didn't look like a formation. After it was fully unfolded, he could see what was inside each pattern and how it was formed. In these infinitely magnified lines, he could only see the yellow energy flowing in a fixed direction. Looking at the yellow traces in a daze, Yun Nuoxing sighed bitterly and narrowed his vision. The Azure Talisman appeared completely in front of him and occupied his entire vision. Then, a piece of paper and a brush appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't understand it, he would use the dumbest method, copying. Back when he was learning about spirit designs, he had also carved them on the ground stroke by stroke. He did not know how long it had taken him to comprehend some of them, and from there, he had learned half of the 10,000 spirits killing array. Now, he was going to use the dumbest method to do it again. Yun Nuoshing boasted that his talent in learning any skill was very good. Of course, just from his talent in formations, he was indeed very good. Even Yi Shi praised him. However, he didn't know how good he was in other aspects. While Yun Nuoshing was using the dumbest method, in the other two places, Yi Shi stared at the spinning talisman. Xian, Qin Yan, and Yuan Shi chose the simplest method, formations. Of course, this was the simplest method. It was only slightly simpler compared to these three items. They had to learn the basics first before they could look at the rest in the hall. Yi Ding and Yi Yun saw that the five of them didn't move after entering the secret room. They didn't seem like they would come out for a while, so they left after sitting for a while. They ordered people to seal this place and sent a few maids over. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the 7 armies that were stationed 500 kilometers away from Dragon Mist City. In a certain military tent, Cheong Hai seemed to have been provoked by something and smashed a wooden table with his palm. He was so angry that his face flushed red. His fierce gaze swept past a few generals, and a low roar came from his throat as he walked out of the military tent. The generals in the tent were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other for a while and shook their heads in confusion. They didn't know why Cheong Hai suddenly went crazy. This is only the vanguard. The elites of the 7 armies should still be in their respective empires, right? Are you worried that someone will raid their nest? I'm just worried. The general in the tent sighed. Not long after he finished speaking, a soldier walked in. When he saw that Cheong Hai wasn't there, he couldn't help but be startled. If you have something to say, just say it. When the person who had just spoken saw the soldier, he waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry." Hearing this, the soldier nodded and knelt down on one knee. The part of the army that belongs to the Yun family has retreated. We have lost the support of the talisman. What? The generals were all startled. Then, they all understood. No wonder Cheong Hai was so furious. He must have received the news first. However, the imperial family of the Xingzhou Empire had always been on good terms with the Yun family. Even if the Yun family suddenly retreated, the imperial family couldn't say anything. However, the 7 armies that had lost the support of the talisman seemed to be in an awkward situation. Since Cheong Hai dared to say that he would retreat 500 kilometers away, he naturally had the confidence to rush back in a short time. However, without the talisman, these 500 kilometers were really uncomfortable. Report! Suddenly, before the generals could react, an extremely urgent voice came from outside the tent. It was so urgent that the generals thought that they were being attacked. What are you doing in such a panic? The generals were very unhappy and scolded. The soldier who just rushed in directly knelt on the ground and stammered, "General Tian He. General Tian He is holding the commander's seal, saying to retreat." This time, it was General Tian He's turn to be dumbfounded. Before he could pull the soldier up and scold him, he heard a stern voice coming from outside. "Tian He army, retreat." When General Tian He heard this voice, he was completely stunned. It was really the voice of the general. He didn't bother to greet him and hurriedly ran outside. After a while, he saw that the 100,000 soldiers of the Sky River Empire had already lined up and were marching in the direction of the Sky River Empire in an orderly manner. On a small hill, General Tian He also saw the majestic General Tian He riding on a horse. However, this Sky River general looked a little strange. His sky-blue armor was not properly worn, his eyes were bruised, and there was a thumb-sized bump on his forehead. There were still some bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and his shoulder-length hair was trimmed to only reach his ears. "General, the troops are retreating, the Sky River Empire won't participate in this matter." Seeing General Tian He's dumbfounded look, General Tian He cursed in his heart, but on the surface," he said coldly. He then turned his horse around and walked towards the front of the army. As he walked, he couldn't help but touch his forehead and murmur, "It hurts so much, those 9 devils. General Tion," he shuddered, then smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed. Although they didn't know what happened, even the commanders of the other 6 armies were a little curious. Did they really get robbed? Report. The Sky River Empire's army hadn't gone far yet when another soldier stumbled towards the 6 commanders. However, as soon as he knelt down and adjusted his helmet, before he could speak, he saw a stream of light flying towards them from the horizon, causing the commanders to turn their heads in shock. The person who came was wearing a green robe. The cloak behind him was cut into dozens of pieces, fluttering in the air. His thick black hair was parted in the middle, and his bangs were neatly cut off. Even his green robe was cut in the shape of a cross. Flaming Sun Empire, retreat! Just as everyone was stunned by the appearance of the azure-clothed man, the azure-clothed man took out a sun-like mark from his bosom. His shout spread throughout the entire army, causing the Flaming Sun Empire's commander to shiver. He felt that something was wrong. First, the Sky River Empire retreated, and now even the Flaming Sun Empire retreated? General, what happened? Seeing the general's appearance, the Flaming Sun Empire's commander couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask. The Flaming Sun Empire's general glanced at him and coldly snorted. He was very angry at this time, and this question directly poked his sore spot. He couldn't help but slap the commander's face and throw him away, then coldly snorted. "You're asking me? Why should I ask a ghost?" Then, without looking back, he flew towards the Flaming Sun Empire. At this time, the Flaming Sun Empire's army was already in formation. The Flaming Sun Empire's commander didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then led his 100,000 soldiers towards the Flaming Sun Empire. Is there a ghost? The remaining 5 commanders were stunned. They didn't know what happened that made the 2 empires retreat at the same time. Of course, even if the 2 empires were gone, they still had 500,000 soldiers. It was more than enough to take down the Dragon Mist Empire. Just as the 5 commanders were thinking this, they saw Cheong Haya walk back with a gloomy face. He walked in front of one of the commanders and fiercely glared at that person, then said, "Star Empire, retreat!" This time the 5 commanders were all stunned. Their jaws hit the ground, creating a huge hole. They really didn't understand what was going on. First, 2 empires retreated. Now, even the Xingzhou Empire, which was leading the army, was retreating. "General, this..." Commander Xingzhou's whole body trembled. He clenched his teeth, still wanting to know what happened. At this time, Cheong Haya had a belly full of anger. Seeing the commander's confused expression, he couldn't help but directly slap him. That commander directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. "I said, retreat!" Cheong Haya's cold voice made the commander, who had just crawled to his feet, shiver. He didn't say anything else and quickly nodded before running towards the Star Zhao Empire's army. In less than half an hour, this place that had been filled with 700,000 soldiers suddenly lost 300,000 soldiers. The commanders standing on the hill were dumbfounded and hurriedly rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had fallen into an illusion. When they saw that it wasn't an illusion, they couldn't help but blush and blurt out vulgarities. "Go play with your eggs." At this time, in the imperial palace of the Sky River Empire, millions of miles away, a young man wearing a bright golden robe was sitting on the main seat of the main hall. Looking at the man in a golden robe who was beaten to a pulp, he jumped down from the main seat, squatted in front of the ladder, and grinned. "Uncle, are you really going to retreat?" Hearing these seemingly immature words, the group of sky-blue armored soldiers lying on the ground trembled. The golden-robed man even trembled as he nodded his head. My lord, the great general will retreat with the commander's seal. There will definitely be no problem. Haha, you said that your Sky River Empire has ruled this area for hundreds of thousands of years. How come you don't have anything good? The brawny man in a blue robe not far away looked at the so-called treasure in front of him and sighed helplessly. His words made the man in a golden robe tremble fiercely, but he didn't dare to have any complaints, he didn't even dare to think about it. Sir, how can the simple things in my humble house be worthy of your attention? The man in a golden robe trembled all over. He is usually high and mighty, in charge of the affairs of the empire. As the night approached, he was just about to have a good sleep, but he didn't expect that someone would break in and beat him up without saying a word. These people are too ruthless, not to mention the pain, but they didn't cause any internal injuries. It's simply a textbook example of "you can't die." Even the general of the Sky River Empire, who came to rescue the emperor, was beaten to a pulp. When those people finally stopped, they called for a retreat and asked to see the treasure. The Sky River Emperor was also a little confused. He didn't know where the Dragon Mist Empire found such a powerful helper. With such a powerful helper, shouldn't they have already unified the 8 countries? What happened in the Sky River Empire also happened in the Imperial Palace of the Flaming Sun Empire. Chapter 488. After the Sky River Empire, the Star Empire, and the Flaming Sun Empire retreated at the same time, an inexplicable panic spread to the remaining 4 armies. No one knows what happened, but the remaining 4 armies were shaken. Could it be that the Dragon Mist Empire did something to their rear? As a result, some people from the 4 armies ran back to the Empire overnight and brought back the news of the 3 armies' retreat. Although the 4 great empires were a little uneasy, they still chose to wait and see. When the 4 armies received this news, they didn't know what to say for a while. Regarding this, Yun Nuoxing didn't know anything. He didn't know that Yao Hua and Nightmare would be so impatient. They didn't even wait for him to inform them before fighting. At this time, he was immersed in studying the spirit talisman. He didn't comprehend anything after a night, but he felt that he already grasped some clues. As long as he continues to follow the clues, it's only a matter of time before he comprehends it. Every energy pattern is moving in a specific direction. It's like a meridian, but it's not like it's breaking down every strand of the mystical skill into lines. Yun Nuoxing stared at the soul-consolidating battle talisman in front of him that he copied 100 times. He more or less understood a little, but he still felt a little tired. He couldn't help but sigh. Let's take a break. Putting down his dancing hands, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. After withdrawing from the evil spirit well, he went to check on Yao Hua and the others' progress. At this time, Yao Hua and the others were very focused on the array in front of them. Their 6 eyes were glowing with a strange light. They seemed to have a little understanding of the array. Seeing them so focused, Yun Nuoxing didn't want to disturb them. Just as he was about to leave quietly, he saw a piece of the array quietly retreating. Then, Xian, who had been sitting quietly, opened her eyes. A trace of fatigue flashed in Mei Mao's eyes. Ha! After opening Mei Mao's eyes, Xian stood up and stretched her waist. Her full curves were perfectly wrapped by the purple robe, making Yun Nuoxing, who was peeking from the side, dumbfounded. Her sparkling skin, high twin peaks, and slender waist made someone unable to take his eyes off her. In the end, he hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands and turned his gaze away. How is it? After a moment, he turned his gaze back and saw Xian rubbing her eyes in a daze. Yun Nuoxing smiled as if nothing had happened. Hearing the voice, Xian turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She smiled sweetly. In an instant, the light of the array dimmed a lot. Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up. She then said, "It's okay. I can understand a little. Give me some more time and I should be able to understand it. It's been hard for you to comprehend a divine array when you just came into contact with arrays." Yun Nuoxing smiled. Hearing this, Xian also smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Since Yun Nuoxing needed help, she had to do her part no matter how difficult it was. She also felt that her head was swelling, which was why she had no choice but to leave the array. Xian turned her head and looked at the array not far away. He couldn't help but murmur, "How profound! Every light pattern contains the power of the element, the will of the elements, the vitality of wood, the speed of light, the burning of fire, the hardness of metal, and the softness of water. The 5 elemental wills are like the pivot, connecting all the energy carriers and elemental power into a whole." A whole? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. A whole. Suddenly, the large and scattered pieces of information in his mind seemed to have found a point of convergence, and the information floating outside also slowly gathered together. His gaze suddenly turned, and he stared fixedly at the azure spirit talisman. The spirit talisman in his eyes seemed to be slightly different. He had spent the entire night dismantling the spirit talisman, looking at it in different parts, and then copying it. However, whether it was the mystic technique, the array, the will, the elements, they were all a whole. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have a switch in her mind that had been pressed. Her previously blocked train of thought was immediately cleared up. "I'm not looking at it separately. This spirit talisman is a whole." Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but say, "I seem to have understood something, eh?" Xian was stunned. Then, she saw Yun Nuoxing's eyes flash with excitement. She was just about to speak when she felt herself crashing into a warm embrace. She was so frightened that her delicate body stiffened. "Thank you, Xian." Yun Nuoxing hugged Xian fiercely. However, his mind was filled with thoughts about the spirit talisman. He didn't realize what he was doing at all. He only felt that many thoughts in his mind were suddenly connected, and many things were logically connected. When Xian heard this, he was a little happy in his heart. However, he was still a little confused. He didn't realize that just one sentence had broken the barrier that had troubled Yun Nuoxing for an entire night. However, when she saw the two of them in this position, her pretty face blushed a little. After her delicate body stiffened for a while, she slowly relaxed. Her jade-like hand circled around Yun Nuoxing's back, and she gently patted him on the back. She softly called out, "Little star." After a long while, Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses. When he heard this voice, he turned his head and saw Xian looking at him with a faint smile. His expression couldn't help but stiffen. He seemed to have just remembered what he was doing. His handsome face couldn't help but blush. He gave a dry laugh and hurriedly let go of Wen Yu in his arms. That, I couldn't help it." "That's right, I couldn't help it." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. "Yes, I couldn't help it." Xian nodded and smiled sweetly. This made him smile even more bitterly. Glancing at Yuan Shi and the other two who were still trying hard to understand, Yun Nuoxing thought for a while. He fiddled with the pile of Xian crystals and the evil spirit eye array for a while. Then, he clapped his hands and said to himself, "Switch the array's energy source from me to Xian crystals. This way, I don't need to maintain the energy output." Yun Nuoxing nodded. However, his eyes were still colorful. The evil spirit eye wasn't closed. He just changed the array to another place. "I'm going to the Yun family. Xian, do you want to stay or come with me?" Yun Nuoxing stood up and looked at Xian, who was so quiet that she didn't have a sense of existence. Hearing this, Xian only gave a dry laugh. She held his hand and squeezed it hard. Yun Nuoxing immediately understood. He nodded and didn't say anything else. He pulled Xian into his arms and stomped his feet. An array suddenly appeared and started to spin rapidly. A bright white light enveloped the two of them. Finally, the array suddenly flashed and disappeared with Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. Buzz! The place where the array appeared was 1,000,000 miles away from the Dragon Mist Empire. It wasn't very far from Xingzhou City. They could see a city on the horizon. Surging wind elements lifted the two of them up. At this time, Xian turned around and saw that Xingzhou City wasn't far away. He couldn't help but be startled. He said in surprise, "We're here already?" "Yes." Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "The array that little she taught me is a teleportation array. However, it's at the God level. I haven't fully comprehended it and don't have the power of space. Therefore, the array I used is incomplete. Little she said that if I'm proficient in this array, I'll be able to go to any place I've been before. I just need to consume enough power of space and energy. Therefore, we didn't go directly to the Yun family. Instead, we stopped outside Xingzhou City. Xian said softly. Yes. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't proficient in it, so he reached his teleportation limit before reaching his destination. Of course, this also saved him 1,000,000 miles of travel. However, it also consumed 60% of the power of stars in his body. After resting for a while, Yun Nuoxing didn't waste too much time and flew directly to the Yun family. He directly flew over Xingzhou City and rushed into the Yun family. He didn't hide his aura, so he was discovered as soon as he entered. Yun Feng rushed out directly with a red talisman in his hand. The talisman seemed to have been carved halfway. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to make such a big fuss. He followed Yun Feng and the others to the main hall and sat down to sip some tea. Then, Yun Nuoxing said, "There's no problem with this year's mystery dragon ritual. Even if there's a problem, it will continue as normal." When Yun Feng and the others heard this, their mouths were almost scalded by the tea. They all looked at Yun Nuoxing as if they were looking at a monster. He had only gone back for 2 days. How did he get it done so quickly? What about the Dragon Mist Empire that had been struggling for almost 4 years and still couldn't find the sacred relic? Ignoring the astonished gazes, Yun Nuoxing drank his tea indifferently. Before he came to the Yun family last time, he had already settled Jun Luo Yi's illness. However, after going back for 2 days, it seemed a little scary. It made Yun Feng think that Yun Nuoxing had settled this difficult illness in just 2 days. After hearing Yun Nuoxing say that they would be participating in the mystery dragon ritual in the Dragon Mist Empire, Yun Feng heaved a sigh of relief and told him about the invasion of the 7 armies. Originally, the Yun family had also participated in the Xingzhou Empire's army. However, they had completely withdrawn now. Even the Xingzhou Empire's army had withdrawn. Yun Nuoxing looked at him in surprise and said casually, "Fortunately, I almost wiped out the 700,000-strong army." Yun Feng and the others' faces twitched. Then, they smiled bitterly. Anyway, this guy was a living ancestor. He would do whatever he said. They just didn't know why he was here this time. They didn't think that he was just here to report. "I want to learn about talismans." When Yun Feng heard Yun Nuoxing's words, even the former couldn't help but stiffen. This was really unexpected. He had imagined many reasons for Yun Nuoxing to visit the Yun family, but this was the only one he didn't think of. "Of course there will be a reward. I won't let you teach me for free." Seeing that they were all silent, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and casually took out a piece of high-quality crystal that weighed about 50 kilograms. The rich energy immediately spread out. Yun Feng and the others took a sniff and felt that the energy directly poured into their bodies through their noses. They even felt that their cells were cheering. This surprised him. His strength, which had been stagnant for many years, actually showed signs of rising slightly. Yun Nuoxing just happened to put it away. The energy contained in a 50-kilogram piece of high-quality crystal was enough for a Devil Realm expert to cultivate once. For an Immortal Realm expert, they might not even be able to drain it dry after cultivating for hundreds of times. Yun Nuoxing originally thought that Yun Feng and the others would refuse, but he didn't expect that they would agree immediately. Moreover, he would teach them personally, which made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised. After reaching an agreement, he directly took Yun Nuoxing to the stone room and finished carving the red talisman in front of them. Then he took out another piece of talisman paper and carved it very slowly. While carving, he also explained the precautions when carving the talisman. However, most of the time, he let the two of them comprehend it. After carving, when the two of them were almost done, he detonated it. Then he carved it again and detonated it again. He repeated this for about 5 talismans. Before Yun Feng could detonate the 6th talisman, he saw that Yun Nuoxing and Xian were actually carving very seriously. They were carving the talisman that he had repeatedly carved 6 times. Although it was very slow, every stroke seemed to have a charm. Moreover, they were mixed with other energy, which made Yun Feng a little speechless. He was carving a level 8 talisman, which had a very high starting point. He originally thought that Yun Nuoxing and Xian would take some time to comprehend it, but he didn't expect that they would comprehend it in just an hour. This kind of monstrous talent. It's not something that a human can have. Yun Feng's cheeks twitched as he carefully watched the two of them carving the talisman. Yun Nuoxing's talisman carving was firm and stable, but her speed was not very slow. On the other hand, Xian's talisman carving was very gentle, like a feather brushing across the paper, which had a different kind of beauty. Both of them are not bad. Now that they understand how to transform magical powers into lines, it will be easier in the future. Seeing that the two of them had carved half a talisman in a short while, Yun Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then, he felt a little regretful. How good would it be if he could take these two as his disciples? This learning process lasted for 2 full days. During these 2 days, what they did was to draw talismans, detonate talismans, draw talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans. Yun Nuoxing and Xian's speed of carving talismans became faster and faster. In the end, he even felt that everything he saw could be seen as energy lines. He even tried to transform divine-grade mystic skills into energy lines, but he failed repeatedly. Basically, when he drew 1/3 of the talismans, they would automatically explode. Fortunately, he had many divine weapons on him. Otherwise, he would have been injured all over. After staying here for another day, Yun Nuoxing and Xian left, leaving behind a 100-kilogram fine-grade glazed crystal. Rather than saying that it was left behind, it was better to say that it was thrown out. After all, Yun Feng didn't accept it. Patriarch, this energy crystal. An elder stood in front of the huge fine-grade glazed crystal and smiled bitterly. He looked at Yun Feng, who was watching Yun Nuoxing and Xian leave, and asked. Yun Feng turned his head to take a look in a daze. Then, he turned back and lowered his head to look at the ring lying in the palm of his hand. There were a total of 1,000 talismans stored in the ring. Those talismans were the result of Yun Nuoxing and Xian's 3 days of hard work. From the beginning, they were not very good at drawing talismans, but later on, they became flamboyant. It only took them 3 days to go from beginner to proficient. Yun Nuoxing and Xian's progress made Yun Feng, who had been watching, want to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. In the end, the two of them drew talismans faster than him. What was even more exaggerated was that while Yun Nuoxing was drawing talismans with her hands, she was actually drawing talismans with her divine sense at the same time. It wasn't a problem for her to draw 20 talismans at once. Moreover, the talismans she drew were flawless. Seal it. The core disciples of the family can use it to cultivate for 10 days every month. The other disciples can use it depending on the situation. If the two of them want to use it for extra time, they can use the talismans to exchange for time. As for the specifics, you can arrange. Yun Feng's voice was stiff as if he had become a different person. This made the elders behind him confused. They didn't know what had happened in just 3 days. Why was the patriarch a little sluggish? Could it be that the two of them weren't promising talents? Of course, it was fortunate that they didn't know. Otherwise, they would probably be petrified on the spot. Chapter 489. After leaving the Yun residence, Yun Nuoxing and Xian did not waste any time on the road. They directly opened the array and returned to the palace. However, they did not rush into the secret room to continue cultivating. After spending 3 days learning talismans, Yun Nuoxing had made considerable progress. She felt that it was not bad. She boasted that she was not much worse than those level 9 talisman masters. Of course, if Yunfeng knew about this, he would probably slap her to death. One had to know that the latter was a level 9 talisman master himself, and Yun Nuoxing was much faster and more accurate than him. If she still received an evaluation of not bad, Yunfeng would probably have to draw a bunch of talismans and press them against the wall to smash his head against it. Xian was not as crazy as Yun Nuoxing. She followed the rules and used her spiritual power to draw 20 talismans at the same time. However, she always maintained a constant speed. At most, she would draw 10 talismans at the same time. Her strokes were graceful, as if she was caressing them gently. Sitting on the sofa and resting with her eyes closed, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that it was time to cultivate a mystic technique related to spiritual power. Although she could also recover her spiritual power by relying on the special characteristics of the divine body, it was relatively slower. Looking at the 2 rings on her fingers, Yun Nuoxing felt that they were a little heavy. What was left behind was not only Xuanin's treasures, but also her endless longing for him. Suddenly, she missed that girl a little. Yun Nuoxing never touched the things in the rings casually. In fact, he was avoiding it. He knew that the silver figure loved him, but he intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from her feelings. He just buried it in the bottom of his heart and did not even want to touch the rings. "Enin, where are you? Are you okay? How are you doing?" Yun Nuoxing's fingers gently turned the 2 rings as she inexplicably muttered this sentence in her heart. Even Yun Nuoxing herself was shocked. Sighing softly, Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Her gaze wandered for a while before she withdrew it. Her spiritual power invaded the rings and wandered among the countless treasures buried in them. Although this ring was said to be a spatial storage, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was more like an endless world. After her soul entered the ring, she could clearly see that the light and color in the ring were flowing in a fixed direction. It was like a river, but what was flowing was not water, but space and even time. Yes, it was just like this feeling. Space and time were flowing. The 2 illusory things had turned into substance and were flowing. And in this flowing space, balls of light were floating. Inside those balls of light were the treasures left behind by Xianin elixirs, formation diagrams, crystals, materials, prescriptions, arrays, mystic arts, mystic skills, and all kinds of random things. Everything was there. This was also one of the reasons why Yun Nuoxing did not dare to come in. There were too many things here, and they were all very precious. They were so precious that whenever he took out a mystic art from the balls of light, it would be either a peerless or divine art. Every time, he would be so scared that he would throw it away and let it be wrapped up by the balls of light again. Looking at this brilliant place, Yun Nuoxing sighed. Her spiritual power quickly spread out, but she was shocked to find that without much effort, her spiritual power could cover a very far place in an instant. It was as if her spiritual power was infinitely magnified in this place. And with the help of these 10 seconds of sensing, Yun Nuoxing captured many balls of light that resonated with her spiritual power. The things inside seemed to be related to her spiritual power. Picking the one with the strongest resonance, Yun Nuoxing rushed there in a flash. Her hand reached into the ball of light and grabbed a slightly cold scroll. It was so cold that she shivered. She hurriedly took it out. The scroll that came out of the ball of light was 6 colors. Furthermore, the 6 colors were rotating inside the scroll like a whirlpool. It was very magical. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Looking at the name, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that her soul and spirit were about to sink into the scroll. A gust of darkness even swept towards her. The deathly aura of reincarnation corroded her body. Reincarnation, reincarnation. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing felt like he was about to completely fall into the cycle of reincarnation. That scroll had an irresistible force that was pulling him, wanting to make him fall into the endless cycle of reincarnation. He seemed to have seen a part of his life. He lived like an ordinary person, watching the sunrise and sunset, drifting away from the world. He lived alone, alone, forever. Wake up. A clear voice suddenly sounded, waking him up uncontrollably. The image in front of him dissipated. Yun Nuoxing shivered violently. Biting his lips hard, he quickly shifted his gaze away. What the hell? Yun Nuoxing took a few deep breaths. At that moment, he really felt like he was about to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. He had already sensed an aura that was even stronger than death. That glance felt like millions of years had passed. He lived alone in the world, without any contact or interaction with anyone, forcefully knocking on his wildly beating heart. Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva with difficulty and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. That kind of life was too terrifying. It was no different from death. One person, one person, one person forever. Inin's voice. He lowered his head and glanced at the scroll again. He looked very carefully and didn't even dare to look directly at it. He was afraid that he would fall into that lonely life. He was afraid that if he experienced it again, he would go crazy. Just as he was carefully looking at the scroll in the corner of his vision, a white light suddenly shot out from the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and landed in front of him. The sudden appearance of the white light startled Yun Nuoxing, but he calmed down after a short while. He quietly looked at the white light. He believed that Xian Yin wouldn't deliberately mystify him and leave him something that he couldn't use. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the white light turned into a human figure. Her entire body was shining with a silver-white light, and her snow-white long hair fluttered in the air. It was so thick that it was like a barrier, and her beautiful face was filled with an ancient majesty. However, her beautiful eyes carried a hint of a smile, and this image was so real that it was as if the string sound had arrived in person, causing Yun Nuoxing to be extremely astonished. While he was still astonished, a gentle and familiar pleasant voice unexpectedly slowly sounded in front of him. The familiar voice caused Yun Nuoxing's heart to tremble. Big brother, if you can come into contact with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and hear my message, then your spirit and soul should already be at the demon rank. Xian Yin congratulates Big Brother first. I wonder where Big Brother is now? What are you fighting for? Are you preparing to step into the small divine lands? Or are you going to head into outer space? When Big Brother is able to open the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Xian Yin might not be able to free herself, or she might not even be in this world anymore. If Big Brother discovers that the divine seal that Xian Yin left behind is broken one day, then take the final thing left in the divine seal as Xian Yin's final gift to Big Brother. Big Brother only needs to focus on increasing your strength. One day Big Brother will know everything. Xian Yin won't leave too many words behind. Big Brother, you must remember that cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique requires you to integrate your understanding of life into it. I wonder if Big Brother has seen the reincarnation lake. Every mark in there is a key that can help Big Brother cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. At this point, Xian Yin's image patted her forehead. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood that Xian Yin was referring to the marks in the reincarnation disc. His reincarnation disc was covered by countless black marks, and there was no trace of gold. Ziyi speculated that it had been reincarnated for at least 10,000 lifetimes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a powerful scene. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique focuses on reincarnation. Although there are other cultivation techniques related to the soul and spirit, this is the most suitable for Big Brother. However, if Big Brother doesn't acknowledge the existence of reincarnation, you must not cultivate it. Also, Big Brother, you don't have to avoid or reject anything. The things inside should belong to Big Brother. Xian Yin's life belongs to Big Brother. Big Brother, you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. It's fine even if you can't accept me. Big Brother, Xian Yin misses you. Take care. At the end of her words, Xian Yin's image rushed over and hugged Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. It didn't feel like an image at all. It felt like a physical body, however. He didn't have time to ask anything. He couldn't ask anything. Xian Yin's image directly disappeared in front of him, turning into light spots that filled the sky. He was the only one left in this flowing space. He clenched the cultivation technique in his hands in a daze. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing still stood in the same spot in a daze. His beautiful eyes were a little dull and lifeless, and there seemed to be tears rolling down his cheek. Bastard! You have the ability to take her things. Why don't you have the ability to remember them? You bastard! Bastard! Yun Nuoxing, you bastard! Yun Nuoxing slapped himself fiercely with the back of his hand. He clenched his teeth and felt that there was a gloomy feeling in his chest that he couldn't let out. Yun Nuoxing touched his red cheeks and took a deep breath. He raised his head and his beautiful eyes gradually came to life. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he didn't have anyone to say it to. Over and over again, he only felt that his heart was heavy. Those words of longing and waiting, who knew how many years had pressed down on his heart. It made him feel warm, but at the same time, he also felt uncomfortable. He couldn't respond to anything. One day, I will remember who you are, Yun Nuoxing muttered softly as he clutched his chest. After a long while, he finally let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the 6-colored scroll in his hand, he clenched his teeth and used all his strength to hit his head, as if he wanted to knock himself unconscious. Of course, the moment the scroll touched his forehead, Yun Nuoxing indeed fainted as he wished in the secret room. Yuan Shi and the other two were immersed in the formation and talismans. The scene in front of them suddenly became blurry, startling them. Before they could retreat from the formation of the evil spirit spring, the formation collapsed and their vision became completely normal. There was no more sea of light, no more sea of light. Something happened to Brother Nua? Yishi's small hands trembled and she hurriedly broke through the door. She was so anxious that she even sent the door flying. The explosion scared the confused Yuan Shi and Qin Yen half to death. When they came back to their senses, they hurriedly turned around and saw that Yishi had blasted a large hole in the stone door of the secret room. They bitterly smiled and hurriedly chased after her. However, the two didn't run far. As soon as they arrived at the living room, they saw Yishi standing there with a strange expression. They hurriedly ran over and saw Yun Nuoxing sleeping peacefully on the sofa. Xian was also sitting next to her and sleeping peacefully. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What, she's just sleeping, something's wrong. Yishi's eyes suddenly widened as if she had seen something shocking. She pulled Xian over with her small hand and shouted in his mind, "Wake up! Wake up!" Xian was dizzy from the 2 calls and his pretty face became a little pale. He opened his Mei Mao with difficulty and his eyes were a little empty. When he completely regained consciousness and saw Yishi, he was still a little confused. Little Shi? Xian wiped his eyes and his weak voice startled the 3 of them. Then, he saw her suddenly widen her eyes and stare at Mei Mao. Her breathing became a little hurried, and her plump chest heaved up and down. Her forehead was actually sweating, and even her delicate body was trembling a little, as if she had seen something terrifying. What's wrong? Yishi also didn't understand. The 2 of them had been gone for 3 days. One was sleeping, and the other looked like she had seen a ghost. Xian swallowed and quickly picked up the teacup on the table, and took a big gulp. She was still a little shaken. After she panted for a long time and calmed down a little, Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing and murmured in a daze, "A life, years, 1,000 years, ah!" Yishi and the others were stunned. Xian shook her head and said, "I just saw Little Star fall asleep and wanted to cover myself with a blanket. As soon as I touched Little Star's body, my consciousness became blurry. No, I was swallowed. Something, Little Star's soul pulled me over. I saw a period of time, 1,000 years of life, as if it really happened." Xian's expression was a little painful. She covered her head with her lily-white hands. She couldn't explain it clearly. It wasn't that she saw it, but that she experienced 1,000 years of life. Yi frowned and gently put Xian on a chair. She walked over to Yun Nuoxing until she could hear his breathing. Then she reached out her small hand and touched Yun Nuoxing's forehead. However, before she could touch him, Yi withdrew her small hand like lightning. She took a few steps back and then took a deep breath. Reincarnation. Chapter 490. The pitch-black land was deathly silent. Occasionally, the rumbling of thunder could be heard from the sky. On the cracked land, some small animals were scuttling through the cracks. A mountain range could be vaguely seen in the distance. However, it was also pitch-black. Even the withered trees that stood on the ground were similarly pitch-black. A black figure slowly walked over from the distant land. He was wearing a black trench coat, black pants, and black shoes. The only difference was that this person had light purple hair. His face that was exposed outside of his clothes was extremely fair, causing the darkness to appear even darker. His light purple and gold eyes were emotionless as he quietly looked at the dusky land. Has the cycle of reincarnation begun? Yun Nuoxing raised his hand. He looked at his overly fair palm and gently squeezed it a few times. Yun Nuoxing looked at the 6-colored crystal floating beside him. After a while, he turned his gaze and looked straight ahead. He said indifferently, "What do you want me to see? What is reincarnation?" He seemed to be talking to himself. However, Yun Nuoxing knew that this 6-colored crystal should have a consciousness left in it. This 6-colored crystal was another medium for the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. When he slapped the scroll on his forehead, the cultivation, or rather, the cycle of reincarnation, had already begun. The 6-colored crystal did not respond. Yun Nuoxing was not in a hurry. Along the way, the crystal also did not speak. However, he was sensitive enough to catch a strand of consciousness. Therefore, he treated it as a conversation partner. However, it was clear that the crystal did not want to pay attention to him. Yun Nuoxing sighed as he looked at the endless black land. He crossed mountains after mountains and black rivers. He ran and walked quickly. He did not know how many tens of thousands of miles had passed. He did not know how much time had passed. He did not know what he was doing here. I really want to chop you into pieces. Yun Nuoxing glared at the crystal with his light purple and gold eyes. He shook his head helplessly and continued to walk forward. He did not even know where he was going. The crystal did not give him any indication. Once again, he climbed up a tall mountain. When he reached the peak of the mountain, he gazed into the endless distance. It was all pitch black, making him feel helpless. Yun Nuoxing jumped down from the mountain and started running in a straight line. The 6-colored crystal followed closely behind, leaving behind a beautiful trail of light as it flew through the air. The only thing that made Yun Nuoxing feel strange was that he didn't feel any energy consumption in this place. His star energy, soul energy, and spiritual energy didn't show any signs of consumption. When he first noticed this, he thought that he was in a dream. He didn't wake up even after slapping himself, and he even felt pain. After running for 1,000 miles, Yun Nuoxing stopped again. He saw a huge withered tree. It was at least 1,000 feet tall and only had a weak aura of life hanging on. However, even the ground had been dead for countless years. This withered tree had no chance of surviving unless a miracle happened. This was supposed to be a world of greenery. Countless lives lived on this land. The emerald green mountains, the azure blue sky, and the free white clouds. It was hard to imagine what had happened to make this place become so barren. It was so barren that there was not a trace of life in it. Yun Nuoxing arrived under the withered tree and gently stroked the huge trunk. He did nothing. Even if he did something, he would not be able to save this dead land. Swish! Yun Nuoxing's eyes trembled when he heard the gentle sound of wind. A gust of wind blew from behind him. Yun Nuoxing did not even look back. A strand of sword chi suddenly appeared between his fingers, and he quickly slashed it behind him. The sword chi collided with the gust of wind, but there was no sound. The gust of wind disappeared, while a 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground behind him. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the path ahead of him. After passing through the withered trees, he saw that it was still a plain. However, on the plain there were many huge black figures. Each of them was at least 5 meters tall. Their scarlet eyes were filled with a tyrannical emotion. The foul wind just now seemed to have been spat out by one of the black figures. Magical beasts condensed from the aura of death? I've come to Death Valley? Yun Nuoshing was slightly surprised. He carefully sensed for a moment before shaking his head. He had sensed the aura of death from Yishi before. It was not like this. Turning around, Yun Nuoshing could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the endless black beasts that covered the plain. He seemed to be a little tired of walking around aimlessly. Let's move around a little. I'll just hit them, right? Yun Nuoshing twisted his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. With a wave of his hands, the Nethervoid sword and the Golden Divine sword appeared in front of him. He held them firmly in his hands. Roar, roar, roar. When the two swords appeared, the black beasts that covered the plain became even more violent. Black gusts of wind flew from the distance like cannonballs, completely blocking Yun Nuoshing's line of sight. Shoo, it's going to be a saturation bombing from the beginning. Yun Nuoshing whistled and grinned. He put his hands together and combined the Nethervoid sword and the Golden Divine sword. Then, he raised them high above his head. A huge amount of energy surged into the two swords like a tide. Yun Nuoshing's eyes narrowed when he sensed the energy in the swords. He swung them down fiercely, and a fierce shout rang out across the plain. Nethervoid strike of the firmament. The purplish-gold sword chi that was tens of thousands of meters long destroyed everything it came into contact with unparalleled force. Wherever it swept past, the black ground was sliced in half, leaving behind a deep gash. The sword chi was still expanding rapidly, and it did not take long for it to reach over 1,000,000 meters long. The black beasts that it came into contact with were reduced to black gas before they could even make a sound and vanished into thin air. Explode! A soft shout once again spread across the plains. The sword chi that was millions of feet tall condensed, and then exploded with a boom, turning into a storm of destruction that swept across the entire plains. It was like a huge tornado that connected the heavens and the earth. The earth seemed to be experiencing an earthquake, and the originally cracked ground collapsed in patches. Moreover, as the tornado spun, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of sharp sword chi shot out from it. Anything that collided with it would explode with a loud bang. It was as if a magnificent firework feast had bloomed in front of Yun Nuo planet. The destructive storm raged for 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. Looking at the devastated land, Yun Nuoshing whistled and muttered to himself in a low voice, "Are they all dead?" However, just as he finished speaking, the collapsed ground slowly rose up. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it returned to its original state. After the ground returned to its original state, countless black beasts appeared out of thin air again. Furthermore, the black beasts that appeared this time were much stronger than the ones before. I went from Immortal 5 to Immortal 6. Could it be that my strength will continue to increase indefinitely? Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. Feeling the abundant energy in his body, he habitually raised his hands and infused energy into the two huge swords. Before Yun Nuoshing could slash down with the huge swords, his hands stopped abruptly, and the terrifying energy that had gathered gradually dissipated. Well, forget it. With a devilish smile, Yun Nuoshing held the two huge swords in his hands tightly and leaped from the mountain peak into the sky. Roar! Roar! Buzz! Pairs of red eyes stared at Yun Nuoshing's figure as he leaped high into the air. Numerous roars resounded throughout the mountains and plains. There were even some sharp screeches that caused the entire space to tremble. Terrifying demonic aura surged towards the sky and filled the air. Let me personally experience this million-strong army. Yun Nuoshing roared, and a formation appeared beneath his feet. Stepping on the formation, he steadily stopped in the air. Then, with a powerful kick, he descended from the sky like a black bolt of lightning. His two swords flickered with terrifying energy as he slashed downward. Boom! In the Dragon Mist Imperial Palace, the news of the retreat of the three armies did not remain a secret for long. It reached the ears of Yi Daofeng and the others. However, they were not happy. As the profound dragon ritual approached day by day, the Dragon Mist City was also in turmoil. Other than the murder case that had occurred 2 years ago, there were many more inexplicable incidents. It was likely that some martial king experts were involved. Yi Ding and the others also realized that there seemed to be many unfamiliar experts appearing out of nowhere in the Dragon Mist City. Yi Daofeng and the others had no intention of coming into contact with these unfamiliar guests. However, the recent incidents in the Dragon Mist City seemed to be related to these people. For example, a certain house was inexplicably bombed, people went missing, and even the Imperial Palace members were almost assassinated when they went out. What was even worse was that when Yi Yun went out 3 days before the profound dragon ritual, she was assassinated by a group of black-clothed people who came out of nowhere. All of Yi Yun's guards were killed, and even she escaped with serious injuries. When the current emperor of the empire found out about this, he was even more furious. He personally took action and searched the entire Dragon Mist City to find the assassins. However, before he could interrogate them, those people committed suicide. This made Yi Daofeng and the others feel as if they had punched the air. Some people don't seem to want the profound dragon ritual to be held normally. They are risking their lives to stir up trouble in the Dragon Mist City. I'm afraid that there are many external forces in the Dragon Mist City now. Yi Daofeng had a headache. After he finished reading the files in front of him, he was too lazy to roll them up. His eyebrows were filled with exhaustion. Strange, very strange. For the past few years, the 7 great empires have been itching to take down the Dragon Mist Empire and find the sacred object to hold the profound dragon ritual. Why are they stopping it at such a critical moment? After Yi Ding finished reading the files, he was also very puzzled. There were some contradictions between the two actions. Could it be that it wasn't the people from the 7 great empires who did it? Yi Ding thought in his heart, but then he shook his head. Although those who were caught were all men of sacrifice, he could tell from the little clues that they weren't people from the Dragon Mist Empire. Could it be that they were forcing them to do something? But why did they withdraw their troops? I don't know what they are up to. Yi Daofeng shook his head. He felt that he was being blinded by a layer of dark clouds. Yi Ding turned around and opened the door. He received a scroll that was just handed to him. After he opened it and took a look, a smile finally appeared on his cloudy face. He waved the scroll in his hand at Yi Daofeng and said with a smile, "Mr. Yuan, she has already made his move. He has cleaned up the troublemakers in the Dragon Mist City. The whole process took less than an hour. Yes, at least for his kindness, we have to hold the profound dragon ritual well." Yi Daofeng nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "How's the Tianqian platform?" Hearing this, Yi Ding shook his head and said, "The Tianqian platform was disbanded 4 years ago. Other than to hide from their many enemies, it was probably also to avoid the royal family's investigation. The Tianqian platform disciple who was caught last time also said that he didn't see the Emperor of Tianqian and Jun Luo Yi again. Since he couldn't get any useful information out of him, he let him go." "Brother Yi Ding, Brother Daofeng, there is someone outside the palace who wants to see you." At this time, the 5th princess came in and said softly, "At this time? Who is it?" Yi Daofeng and Yi Ding were a little surprised, but they still asked. "The Emperor of Tianqian and the group of people we saw in the bronze underground palace." However, the 2 brothers couldn't think of this answer. They were a little confused. They didn't know why the Emperor of Tianxian and the others were here at this time. Could it be they should be here to discuss the profound dragon ritual? Yi Ding and Yi Daofeng looked at each other and said this sentence in unison. Then, the two brothers rolled their eyes. The two brothers pondered for a moment and nodded. They said to the fifth princess, "Go and invite Mr. Yuan Shi, but don't force him." After that, Yi Daofeng sighed. There were still 400,000 soldiers 500 miles away from the Dragon Mist Empire. Most of the royal family's forces were gathered on the city walls. Otherwise, the Dragon Mist City wouldn't be so chaotic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disturbed Yuan Shi and the others. Yi Ding and the others knew that the five of them were in seclusion. However, when they thought of what Yuan Shi had said last time, "I am an army all by myself," at this time they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was indeed an army of one man. Damn it, to be able to quell the chaos in the Dragon Mist City in half an hour was not something an ordinary Sky Realm Master could do. "Let's go, big brother. Let's go see this former priest," Yi Ding said with a bitter smile. When Yi Daofeng saw this expression, even he was a little unhappy. However, the moment the two of them stepped out of the study, a dignified expression appeared on his face once more. Chapter 491. The dense forest was like a natural barrier, isolating them from all kinds of prying eyes. Hidden in the mountains, accompanied by the music of the flowing stream, the trees swayed gently. The connected earthen houses and small buildings were separated by a small river, and a short stone bridge connected the two sides together. In front of the small mountain at the side of the small village, a group of energetic young men and women were quietly sitting on the ground and cultivating. A middle-aged man was also looking at these little fellows with gratification. However, although his face was brimming with smiles, there was a trace of worry between his brows. From time to time, he would let out a low sigh as if he had encountered some trouble. "Uncle Feng, you're watching the little fellows cultivate again." Not long after, a clear laughter sounded from the sky. When the middle-aged man heard this slightly familiar voice, he could not help but tremble. A panicked expression flashed through his eyes. Afterwards, he raised his head and saw a white figure descend from the sky and land in front of him. Only then did he smile and say, "Xiao Yuan, why have you come back?" "I chased someone back here." It's the instigator of all those things that happened in the past 2 years. I finally found that person with great difficulty, so I left behind a trace of my aura and chased after him." The white figure was naturally Yuan Shi. When he was comprehending the formation, he felt that he had reached the saturation point and needed to digest the messy information in his mind. It just so happened that Yi Ding was looking for him, so he conveniently solved the matter in Dragon Mist City. However, when he was in Dragon Mist City, Yuan Shi once again saw that extremely terrifying and bloody scene. Moreover, the blood was very fresh. Clearly, that person had not disappeared for long. In a fit of anger, he did not care about anything else. His soul strength that was comparable to that of a demi-demon directly blew up a storm and enveloped the entire Dragon Mist City. Finally, he found the perpetrator. However, when he found that person, he only had time to hastily leave a mark on that person's body. Afterwards, that person disappeared, and he chased this mark all the way here. This was the small village that they had stopped at. It was a rather beautiful small village hidden in the mountains. "You know?" Uncle Feng's body trembled, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. These two subtle changes did not escape Yuan Shi's eyes, and he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, his knitted brows relaxed, and then he smiled and said, "Uncle Feng, I'll take a walk in the village. You don't have to come over." When Uncle Feng heard this, his hand trembled slightly. He suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Yuan Shi. "Uncle Feng, no matter how much someone loves someone, or should I say, everyone has to think that one day they might have to reap a fruit for the cause they sowed. No matter if it's a good or bad fruit, they should bear it." Yuan Shi's soft words caused Uncle Feng's hand, which had yet to touch Yuan Shi, to freeze in midair. Yuan Shi then turned around and smiled gently at him. Uncle Feng, now, I have delivered the child's fruit. You. When Uncle Feng heard this, his old hand suddenly drooped down. His eyes were a little empty, and his face was a little dejected. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. Yuan Shi did not say anything. He only looked at him with a gentle gaze and nodded gently. Uncle Feng let out a long sigh. He knew that he could not hide it any more. After a long time, he stretched out his trembling hand and patted Yuan Shi's shoulder heavily. He sighed again and said in a low voice, "Little Yi is a good child. It's just that he lost his parents when he was young. I only found out about this 2 days ago." "Uncle Feng, don't worry." Yuan Shi smiled and nodded. He slowly walked towards the small village. As for Uncle Feng, he seemed to be in a daze. His eyes were empty as he looked at the sky. He seemed to have thought of that incident 10 years ago. After passing through one house after another, Yuan Shi came to the end of the village. He sensed the reaction of his imprint. He raised his gaze and looked towards the black house. However, this black house was the result of a fire. The fire had burned down the frame of the house. The beams of the house were on the verge of collapse. It was unknown when it would collapse. Sensing a weak aura of life inside, Yuan Shi took a light breath. He walked to the door of the house and gently pushed it open. What came into view was a dozen or so extremely white skeletons that clashed against the pitch-black background. They were quietly stacked in a corner. Apart from a few that were perfectly preserved, the rest were crudely stacked together. The pitch-black walls were stained with blood of sin. Black spots sputtered from near to far. Other than the solidified blood, there was also some sticky liquid that had not settled down in time. A few corpses were casually placed at the other end of the house. There were many strange symbols drawn on the walls of the house. There were also some circles that were about a foot in size. They looked like the magic circles of the realm of the gods. Yuan Shi walked quietly. The sound of blood and white shoes weaved together a soul-calming song. The space here was completely silent. Fortunately, Little Star and the others didn't come here. It's enough for me to see this. Yuan Shi sighed softly in his heart. He looked towards the window. Light poured in from the window and shone on a small area on the ground. It was less than a meter in length and width, but it was very clean. In the only place in this small house with light, a small figure was squatting on the ground. His tender little hands were covered in blood. His index finger was still drawing something seriously in that clean area. There was a half-drawn magic circle. At this moment, the boy was seriously drawing the other half. Yuan Shi could see that this magic circle had the highest degree of completion. It was much more complete than the ones drawn on the walls. It was transforming from tender to familiar. Yuan Shi stood beside the boy. He did not say a word. He just looked at him quietly. The boy was only 13 or 14 years old. His tender little face was full of stubbornness, but he also looked very calm. When he was drawing, he would occasionally use the back of his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. It added some uncoordinated blood stains to his very white face. From beginning to end, the boy did not look at Yuan Shi. He only focused on drawing the magic circle in his hand. His eyes were calm and nothing could be seen. After a long time, the boy finally stopped what he was doing. Yuan Shi looked at him with interest, but she didn't see anything special. The boy didn't shout excitedly that he was done, nor did he get excited. It was as if finishing this task was meaningless to him. Finished. In the end, it was Yuan Shi who spoke softly. Hearing the voice, the boy turned around and raised his little head. His stubborn eyes quietly looked at Yuan Shi. When their eyes met, Yuan Shi also looked at him in a daze. Only then did he realize that there was still a metal mask hanging on the boy's stomach. It was the same mask that he had worn to assassinate Xian that night. "You killed me?" After waiting for 10 minutes, the boy finally spoke. His hoarse voice and dry voice made Yuanshi frown. This child probably had not spoken for a long time. How you are judged has nothing to do with me. I am just an outsider. Yuanshi said calmly. Then, he took out a robe from his storage ring and casually put it on the boy's face. He also took out a water bag and threw it to the boy. Then, he pointed at the magic circle and said, "Do what?" The boy casually put on the robe. However, this purple robe belonged to little Ming. Yuanshi did not have any other clothes of a suitable size, so he could only make do with it. After waiting for a long time, the boy stiffly drank a mouthful of water. Then, he slowly shook his head and pointed at the two skeletons lying flat in the corner. He said incoherently, "Dad, Mom." Then, he pointed at a few corpses and piled up skeletons. His eyes flashed with confusion. After a long time, he said, "Bad people." Yuanshi widened her eyes and let out a long sigh. She thought she knew what was going on. But what surprised her was that the little boy was still looking down at the array on the ground and murmuring, "Dad, Mom, a long-cherished wish." Yuanshi could not help but continue. "Su wish." The boy tilted his head and looked at Yuanshi with eyes full of confusion. "A lifelong wish. The meaning of this picture is that I want you to grow up healthily." Yuanshi did not look sideways. He lied without blushing. The boy opened his mouth but did not say anything. Then, Yuanshi brought the boy out and buried his parents under a locust tree. Then, he used fire and wind elements to completely burn down the dark house. The fire that soared into the sky alarmed everyone in the village. Only Uncle Feng, who was in front of the hill, sighed softly and looked at the young man and woman who were still cultivating in front of him. As for how to deal with the boy, Yuanshi also said that this was not his duty. He was just an outsider. It would be enough to bring him back to the imperial family. As for that tragedy, he did not ask about it. He only left a guess in his heart and did not want to understand it. Before they left, they even threw the little boy into the river for him to take a bath. After washing away the bloodstains on his body, he looked quite cute. But who knew what kind of story had been behind that calm little face and those lifeless eyes? Everything that had been completely destroyed by that fire and a gust of wind. Flying in the sky with Ningyi, Yuanshi thought that he would scream in fear. However, he only looked down quietly and did not say a word. It was as if his heart had died. Ningyi hid many things on his body. Among them, there were a few that Yuanshi was more concerned about. It was the Yun family's spiritual talisman that could conceal one's body and aura. There was also a talisman that could increase one's speed. The talisman could be used repeatedly. All these years, Ningyi had only relied on these things and a small dagger to complete those shocking events. This made Yuanshi lament even more. At the age of 13 or 14, he was still living a carefree childhood in the Yuan family. After returning to Dragon Mist City in a hurry, Yuanshi brought Ningyi and rushed to the study room. She blasted the door open and saw dozens of dumbfounded faces in the study room. "Yi Ding. Why are you here? The mystery dragon ritual hasn't started yet, right?" Yuanshi was stunned when he saw the two people who were the most demented. He looked to the two sides and saw the intelligent woman. However, they seemed to be discussing something when Yuanshi rushed in. However, Yuanshi did not care about anything. Since they were not talking, he had something to say. He pulled Ningyi into the study and pulled him in front of Yi Ding. "This is Mr. Yuan's child?" After Yi Ding went through the initial shock, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. When he saw Yuanshi suddenly pull a child in, his brain went haywire and he blurted out this sentence. Hearing this, Yi Daofeng almost wanted to poke his own eyes out. Yuanshi's face twitched and he laughed bitterly. Fortunately, it wasn't a little star who brought a child in. Otherwise, half of the empire would have been destroyed by your words. Then, he recounted what had just happened in front of everyone. He even took out the talismans and a dagger. Ningyi did not say a word from the beginning to the end. His eyes were still as empty as ever, as if nothing could attract his attention. "You're saying that this child is from these 2 years?" Yiding was shocked when he heard this. Although he heard the news from Yuan Shi, he still found it hard to believe. The Tianxian emperor and the others who had been standing behind him could not help but sigh. What had this child experienced to be able to walk in a pool of blood at the age of 13 or 14 to end up in such a hellish place? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. Yuan Shi was not surprised by everyone's surprise. If he had not discovered the little figure in a fit of anger and chased after it, no one would have known. Forever. This child is called Ningyi. Anyway, I'll leave him to you guys. I just happened to discover him by accident and chased after him for tens of thousands of miles. I brought him back while I was at it. I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you later. If there are no accidents, we'll meet again in 3 days. Yuan Shi shrugged. His soft voice made everyone's face black. How could he have chased after him for tens of thousands of miles while he was at it? Don't cause trouble. Little Star isn't as easy to talk to as I am. If this year's profound dragon ritual can't be held, I can't guarantee that something earth-shattering will not happen. Yuan Shi then put his hands on his hips and looked at Junloi and the others unhappily. His casual words made them feel helpless again. Just as they were about to say something, they saw Yuan Shi rush out like a gust of wind. He did not even leave a shadow behind, leaving behind a room full of messy emotions. At this time, the little boy in purple slowly turned his head and looked in the direction where Yuan Shi disappeared. His empty eyes flashed with a trace of color. Chapter 492. On the Black Earth, streaks of sword chi swept across the wilderness. The terrifying power ravaged the earth over and over again. However, in less than half a minute, the Black Earth would return to its original state. Mournful roars and screams of beasts resounded through the wilderness. The monstrous demonic chi combined together, causing even the space to tremble. In the endless army of black beasts, there was only a very small figure. He wielded 2 huge swords and killed all the black beasts that came within 5 meters of him. The figure was only strolling on the ground, step by step. He did not seem to be in a hurry as he walked forward. It was as if he could not see the ferocious black beasts that covered the mountains. He just swung his sword again and again. There were also a dozen vague purple shadows on his body. Every time he swung his huge sword, the shadows would send out sword chi to his left, right, and back. If the figure chose to attack with a fist or a palm, the shadows would also attack with a palm, a fist, or a sword. Suddenly, an extremely huge black beast appeared on the path in front of the figure. Terrifying demonic chi rolled over. The body of the black beast was hundreds of feet long. Its blood-red eyes were even bigger than a person's. The huge black beast stretched out its thick limbs and stared at the figure with its berserk eyes. Then, it suddenly raised one of its palms and slapped at the figure like a mountain. When the black beast raised its palms, the black beasts around it also went berserk. Roars sounded one after another as they all pounced at the figure in a frenzy. The faint purplish-gold eyes looked up and glanced at the black beasts that were several thousand feet tall. Then, he looked at the black beasts that were pouncing from all directions and blocking the way. The human figure sighed and slowly squatted down. He crossed his 2 giant swords and sheathed them at his waist. The faint purplish-gold shadows also followed his movements and squatted down. Sword shadow, flowing light. With a low roar, the figure suddenly pulled out his 2 swords and slashed forward. The shadows also slashed out dozens of times. The dazzling sword chi was so fast that even the shadows could not be seen. It swept out like light, drawing dozens of circular sword chi in the void. After the 2 swords were swung, the world instantly quieted down. It was dead silent. However, the figure did not find it strange at all. He continued to walk forward, and did not even look at those black beasts. Even those huge black beasts did not pay attention to him. A cold wind blew past and the black beasts that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Looking back at the black beasts that were constantly disintegrating in the air, the figure sighed. Without the black beasts, he did not seem so small anymore. The sword technique in the Linghong sword is also exceptionally powerful. I originally thought that only the Linghong sword could produce flowing light. I did not expect that I could also produce sword chi that is faster than the speed of light with the Netherworld Ruins sword. Yun Nuoxing sighed. He did not know how much time had passed since he jumped down from the dead tree. The black beasts that appeared had also changed from the original strength of the Immortal 5 to the Devil rank. Until just now, the strength of those black beasts was probably already at the Devil rank 6 seal. That huge black beast was even a powerful existence of the demigod rank. The crystal of the 6 paths of reincarnation beside him was still following him. The energy in his body was still limitless. However, this endless slaughter made even Yun Nuoxing's expression a little ugly. Although he was using these black beasts to temper his body, this was more like torture. It made him feel mentally exhausted. However, he had no choice but to kill all the way. I can control the 10,000 transformations sword body now. Looking at the light purple shadow that was attached to his body like a shadow, Yun Nuoxing felt a little relieved. The 10,000 transformations sword body could only stand in one place and quickly and mindlessly produce sword chi one after another. Now, he could control them and make them move with his body. When he swung his sword, the shadow would follow. It was as if he had swung his sword dozens of times at once. Dong. At the end of the horizon, a black fog gradually rose up. It was as if a tall mountain was slowly rising. 2 red moons appeared in the sky, emitting an ominous aura. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing the earth and space to tremble. It was as if they would collapse at any time. However, the pressure suddenly disappeared when it reached Yun Nuoxing. How could he, who had many divine weapons and even divine weapons, be suppressed by the pressure? The aura of a high-level god. Is this the last test? Yun Nuoxing watched the black shadow slowly stand up. The 2 red moons stared at him. Finally, Yun Nuoxing saw a huge figure that was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. It was as if it was standing above the Milky Way and could pluck the stars with one hand. Wow, what a big guy! Even though he was mentally prepared, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help sweating. This thing was too big. I can try that. However, although he was surprised, Yun Nuoxing's speed was not slow at all. Before the big guy started to move, he moved first. Surging light elements gushed out of his body continuously. It was as if his body was about to turn into a star. The dazzling light even illuminated the huge black beast's figure. The darkness was gradually dispelled. Roar! The huge black beast suddenly opened its mouth. With a roar, it shook the space and created pitch-black cracks. Even Yun Nuoxing's light elements were offset by this roar. Feeling that the density of the light elements had decreased, Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows trembled slightly. Then, he grinned. Rays of light gradually appeared around his body. They were weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. Golden chains wrapped around Yun Nuoxing's body. Then, his body suddenly trembled. His whole body was like a long golden arrow. He dived towards the huge black beast together with dozens of divine weapons. The 2 red moons shrank slightly. It seemed that they didn't expect Yun Nuoxing to be so fast. However, the black beast didn't seem to be in a hurry. Its huge legs stomped hard. Rings of light flashed out from under its feet and densely covered the ground. Then, they suddenly solidified. An invisible force was quietly born, Seeing that the rings of light were forming a magic array, Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't care too much. The light elements that were condensed to the extreme brought him to the front of the huge black beast in a flash. The halberd in his right hand fiercely pierced into the huge black beast's leg. A thick black fog splashed out. However, before the fog could touch him, the light elements brought him to another place in a flash. Buzz. The figure that just appeared froze slightly. Before he could insert the second divine weapon into the huge black beast's body, a terrifying force suddenly descended on Yun Nuoxing's body, causing his figure to freeze for a moment. It was also at this moment that the huge fist of the huge black beast, which was comparable to a mountain range, came crashing down from the sky. In a few blinks of an eye, it rushed in front of Yun Nuoxing. However, when the huge fist swept over, it only swept a patch of light particles. A few thousand meters in front of the huge black beast, a cluster of light particles slowly appeared. After that, they gathered and Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared. However, his appearance seemed a little different at this time. His light purple hair had turned into a brilliant gold. Even his purplish gold eyes were filled with gold. Dense light particles spiraled around his body. Every time his 6 golden wings flapped, a wave of particle turbulence would be stirred up. Phew! I was almost hit. Yun Nuoxing wiped his sweat. If it wasn't for the unlimited energy that allowed him to condense the most brilliant light elements the moment the solidification was removed, he might really have been hit by that punch. Buzz. Planet Yun Nuo had just stopped when the densely packed rings of light below suddenly changed. This made his pupils shrink slightly. It was very similar to the type of spirit design that he had seen before, the one he had seen in Yuyan City. The divine restriction spirit design. Just as the changing array solidified, Yun Nuoxing felt a great pressure descend from the sky. It directly pressed down on his body that was suspended in the air. This is gravity. Just as Yun Nuoxing's feet touched the ground, the black ground around him suddenly caved in and turned into a huge pit. The place where Yun Nuoxing's feet landed sank even deeper. Under such great pressure, even if he had movement mystic skills, he couldn't use them. Those divine weapons also boomed continuously to resist the terrifying gravity array. His evil spirit eye opened in response. However, Yun Nuoxing only took a glance before he hurriedly closed it. This divine restriction array was much more complete than the one in Yuyan City. If he forcefully used his evil spirit eye to look at it, it might even backfire on him. Light elements. Even light can be suppressed by gravity? Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth. The light particles on his body became denser. The 2 huge swords in his hands also boomed as he tried to break free from this pressure. An ear-piercing sound of breaking wind exploded in the air as a huge black fist smashed towards Yun Nuoxing like a meteor crashing into the earth. Wherever the fist passed, even the void was torn apart. That terrifying power had yet to reach Yun Nuoxing, but the oppressive feeling had already descended upon him. He only had time to cross his 2 swords in front of him, and the power of the stars in his body began to go berserk. Boom! An unparalleled force crashed onto the huge sword. It traveled through his arm and spread to his entire body. Yun Nuoxing felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was fiercely hit by this heavy fist, and he was pushed back tens of thousands of feet. 2 cracks appeared on the ground from his feet. Soul-burning technique burn. Yun Nuoxing roared. He once again used the soul-burning technique that he hadn't used in a long time. Streaks of scarlet runes appeared from his body and climbed to every corner of his body. Since the energy is unlimited, 16 times amplification. Yun Nuoxing's body seemed as though it was going to burn. Rolling black flames broke out from his body. The golden light elements seemed to have turned into fire elements at this moment and burned Yun Nuoxing's body. Scarlet radiance flickered from his body. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing looked like a demon. Ah! With an angry roar, he used all his strength with both hands. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, he forcefully pushed back the meteorite-like fist. The silver-blue Ling Hong sword also appeared at the same time. Then, Yun Nuashing grabbed it tightly and slammed it into the Netherworld Ruins sword. His golden eyes revealed a bewitching scarlet color, as though two balls of fire were about to rush out. Boom! A piece of land beside him was smashed into smithereens by a giant black fist. Yun Nuashing's figure flashed, and before he could get far, that huge gravitational force descended once again, and this time, the gravitational force was several times stronger than before. 10,000 times the gravity? Then, soul-burning technique, 64 times amplification. Crimson runes covered his entire body, and even half of his long golden hair had turned crimson. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar no longer sounded like the voice of a human, but more like the roar of a beast. And this roar directly shattered the gravitational pressure on his body, causing several layers of the ground to collapse. His body was like a beam of light that shot straight towards the great beast's body. If it was under normal circumstances, Yun Nuashing definitely wouldn't dare to try this. Increasing the soul power consumption rate of the soul-burning technique by 64 times at the cost of burning soul power was simply suicide. However, it was different here. There was unlimited energy here. The Netherworld Ruins sword and Ling Hong's sword quickly merged. Yun Nuashing didn't even look at it. He took out a 10-meter-long golden sword and slashed at the space in front of him with all his might. When the sword fell, a huge fist the size of a star appeared with a loud bang. When the two collided, there was a loud sound of metal colliding. The terrifying force sent Yun Nuashing flying. Bright light, floating golden shadow. Yun Nuashing roared and thousands of his silhouettes suddenly appeared in the void. Then, all of them rushed towards the giant beast. Dozens of silhouettes even grabbed his divine weapon and rushed towards the giant beast like rays of light. These weren't afterimages, but his clones. All of them were condensed from rich light elements and had 100% of the power of the original body. Roar! Ah! The giant beast roared fiercely. The sound waves turned into a substantial energy impact that covered all of Yun Nuashing's figures. The latter and the others all roared at the sky. Thousands of roars stacked on top of each other and blasted toward the former's sound waves, shattering the space into nothingness. Chi! Chi! The sound of sharp swords piercing through flesh resounded in the void. Yun Nuashing's figures held his 18 artifacts and stabbed them all into the giant beast's body. There were also tens of thousands of long swords condensed from energy that pierced into the giant beast's body. The giant beast suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to devour the world. Endless dark energy condensed into its mouth. All the energy in the world was completely absorbed and slowly condensed in its mouth. 9 Heavens Soul Concealing Formation Seal. Yun Nuashing's thousands of figures rapidly formed hand seals. Their roars resounded in the sky. Then, the weapons that pierced into the giant beast's body flickered with a pitch-black light. They actually extracted the giant beast's energy. Then, they turned into energy runes and wrapped around the giant beast's body from the bottom to the top. Roar! However, just as the energy seal was about to reach its body, the giant beast roared fiercely. The condensed endless energy suddenly flashed, and the world seemed to darken. In the dark world, all the colors had turned completely black. There was only a giant black figure and thousands of golden figures. The endless energy turned into an eternal energy beam that shot toward the person at the back of the golden figures. Along the way, the void collapsed. Even the dark yellow time barrier was on the verge of collapse. You recognize me? Yun Nuashing's pupils shrank. He held the divine sword that was formed by the fusion of 2 divine artifacts. The blood in his body roared. The power of the stars and the elemental energy boiled and poured into the divine sword like wave. The scarlet runes also spread along with the energy. When he activated all his power, the 6 wings slowly grew from 1,000 feet to 2,000 feet. Golden particles appeared in the sky, and all of them surged toward Yun Nuashing. Su Ming, The energy pillar that represented eternity flashed to 100 feet in front of Yun Nuoxing in a few breaths of time. The energy that seemed to be able to destroy time and space caused Yun Nuoxing's expression to become solemn. The latter also suddenly raised the divine sword, took a deep breath, and suddenly spat out a loud shout as the divine sword slashed down. Final slash. 9 heavens, spirit-subduing formation, annihilation, and when Yun Nuoxing's true body swung down the divine sword that symbolized destruction, the thousands of golden figures also started to form hand seals. The formation that had opened up within the huge beast's body started to collapse. A terrifying energy hurricane swept out, and there were even bolts of chaotic energy that turned into lightning that wreaked havoc within the beast's body. Break! A wild roar suddenly sounded. Suddenly, a huge black sword light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long burst out from the divine sword with a terrifying force that could destroy the world. The moment the sword light shot out, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the void. The tottering barrier of time suddenly began to fluctuate, and purple cracks began to appear all over it. As for the black earth that was already in ruins, it sank down by several hundred meters, and a 100,000-foot wide crack began to rapidly spread out. Chapter 493. On the tattered black land, cracks that were tens of thousands of feet wide extended as far as the eye could see. What was even more shocking was that there was a huge fan-shaped crack that was 1,000,000 miles wide, as well as a bottomless pit of unknown size and width. The chaotic power of the void space was roaring nonstop here. The shattered void space slowly shrank, and the time barrier that was exposed also hid itself. Space was slowly healing, but the black land seemed to be unable to heal itself. It was left lying there in a tattered state. The huge crack that was 1,000,000 miles wide was even expanding. The rocks and ground there were being eroded by the 2 types of flames and were slowly melting. At the front of the crack, there was a golden and scarlet figure kneeling on the ground weakly. His expression was a little dull. Although there was an endless amount of energy in this place, the after-effects of overdrawing his power did not let him go. Even though the power of stars and mental strength in his body were full, he did not even want to raise his arm. He had overdrawn his strength by 64 times, which meant that every cell in his body had 64 times the normal function. This expansion and contraction almost caused his powerful body to be unable to withstand it. The 6-colored crystal was still spinning on the spot. When it saw Yun Nuoxing sitting there with empty eyes, it emitted a ball of light that enveloped Yun Nuoxing. It turned into a bubble and lifted Yun Nuoxing in the air. Then, the crystal pulled Yun Nuoxing towards the front of the land. They stared blankly at the crack that was 1,000,000 feet long slowly extending. In the end, it was even 100,000,000 miles wide. At the end of the crack, a bottomless pit appeared in front of them. Above the pit, there was a ball of light floating. When the crystal pulled Yun Nuoxing past the pit, the ball of light also floated over. Then, it passed through the bubble and landed in front of Yun Nuoxing. Staring blankly at the ball of light, Yun Nuoxing did not seem to have recovered. His expression was a little dull, but he instinctively stretched out his hand. The ball of light landed on his hand gently. With a soft sound, it burst like a bubble. A colorful bracelet appeared and landed in his hand. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at the bracelet, but he did not react at all. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he turned his gaze to look at the crack. Only a ball of paste was left in his mind. The crystal pulled Yun Nuoxing and flew away. After a long time, when they had left the battlefield, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They had reached the end of the black land, and there was a green grassland in front of them. The rich vitality here was completely different from the deathly aura here. Just as the crystal pulled Yun Nuoxing to the grassland, a loud rumble came from the black land behind them. Then, they saw that the deathly black land suddenly sank into the ground and gradually broke into pieces. Finally, it disappeared. The sky also turned from dark to blue. White clouds of various shapes floated in the sky and did not move. It seemed a little lazy. After the black land disappeared, the green grassland began to spread and replaced the empty scene. At first glance, it seemed that Yun Nuoshing had just come from the grassland. The crystal carried him and flew until they arrived in front of a lake. There was a towering ancient tree there. Its entire body was flowing with a dark green light. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it seemed to be holding up the sky. On the other side of the lake, there was a thatched cottage. The crystal carried Yun Nuoshing to the thatched cottage and placed him on a bed. Then, there was no more movement. Yun Nuoshing's lifeless eyes, which had been open all this time, slowly closed. This sleep was quite comfortable. He heard the chirping of birds and the light music of tree leaves. The lake water flowed past with a pleasant tinkling sound, like the sound of wind chimes swaying in the wind. In this sleep, Yun Nuoshing dreamed of many places and many people. There was Yu Yin, Xianyin, Ming, Yishi, and Yuan Shi's family. They were as interesting as when he first met them. He also saw Yao Hua and the others, Qin Yu and Uncle Qin, and some people he had never met before. He felt that they were very familiar, but he couldn't remember who they were. In the dream, there was also Xian. He and Xian held hands and toured the mountains. They went to some places they had never been to before. They leaned against each other on the grassland. It was very realistic. The sound of the wind, the smell of the soil, the scorching heat of the sun, everything was so real that it couldn't be any more real. It made him realize for the first time that dreams could be so beautiful. Many years later, in a certain hall, Yun Nuoshing was holding the hand of a beautiful woman in a white dress. Her dark purple hair was as smooth and lustrous as silk, hanging down naturally. He was still wearing a black trench coat which had never changed. The black and white contrasted against each other. Under the sunlight they were incomparably sacred. The two of them were like a celestial couple, which made people envious. At the surrounding tables there were people who knew each other. Those familiar faces were all smiling with blessings. Yao Hua and the others were so excited that they whistled. Everyone was so excited that they were shouting and cheering. This should have been a very happy scene, but Yun Nuoshing was a little confused. Although his handsome face was filled with joy, it didn't seem to be a smile from the heart. He was at a loss, and at a loss. He turned his head and looked at Ziyan's flawless face. Compared to his memory of her, she had a more sacred charm. Her beauty was unparalleled. She smiled sweetly at him like a fairy. Happy? Excited? These feelings weren't related to Yun Nuoshing. He only felt very confused. Everything seemed to be natural, and everything seemed to be logical. Everything seemed to be inexplicable. He didn't understand. He kept feeling that there was a hole in his heart. It shouldn't be like this. Finally, they walked to the front of the ceremonial stage and stood facing each other. Xian had a bright smile on her face, but Yun Nuoshing's smile was very stiff. There was a hint of repulsion in their eyes that wanted to burst out. "Are you not happy?" Xian chuckled. Happy? The smile on Yun Nuoshing's face completely stiffened. Was he happy? He didn't seem to be, but he felt very happy. It shouldn't be like this. Yes, everything was far from going so smoothly. Everything shouldn't be so logical. Of course I'm happy to be able to marry the fairy of my dreams, but… Yun Nuoshing finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. His smile was very bright. He understood. He knew what the repulsion that had existed in his heart for a long time was. Xian tilted her head. She was still smiling very brightly and peacefully. Her lily-white hand held his hand tightly and didn't let go. It's just that I don't have such qualifications. I don't have such rights. I lost everything, I lost all my memories. I didn't give myself such rights. I can let go of a lot of things. I can even abandon my memories. No matter what happened in the past, no matter who I used to be, my memories are looking for me. They are calling me. They want to wake me up. Yun Nuoshing chuckled softly. His grip on Xian's hand tightened slightly. Maybe I've imagined this day in the depths of my heart. Maybe I've been looking forward to this day. Maybe there are many maybe. But at least, it's not now. It can't be now. Xian still chuckled and nodded. Mei Mao was still smiling. Don't you hate me? Yun Nuoxing laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't hate you. How can I hate you? Xian shook his head and gave him the most beautiful smile. In an instant, it overshadowed all the brilliance in the world. It was dazzling, intoxicating, and mesmerizing. I'm sorry. Yun Nuoxing lowered his eyes and murmured softly. He felt a little guilty in his heart. Xian shook her head and didn't say anything. She covered her chest with one hand and pressed her other hand on Yun Nuoxing's chest. Her cherry lips moved slightly as if she was saying something silently. Then, Yun Nuoxing felt everything freeze. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. What he saw was a small house made of wood and bamboo. Warm sunlight poured in through the door and windows. Everything started from a dream and ended in reality. I wasn't allowed to have those beautiful things. Even the most brilliant moment of my life was forbidden to me. Thank you for letting me see that scene, Yun Nuoxing said softly as if she was talking to herself. That should be the strongest desire in the depths of your heart. Although there might be some problems with the way you expressed it, it was still the peace that you wanted the most in your heart. Why did you reject it in the end? This time, the six-colored crystal didn't remain silent. Its voice was very calm. This was the clear and melodious voice of a young woman. It had a special rhythm that made people want to fall asleep when they heard it. Because I don't have the right to have those things. A blank life and blank memories. But a life that once belonged to me and a memory that once belonged to me was forcefully stuffed in. Who am I? I don't know. Before I completely decide on this definition, I don't have the right to judge my life, Yun Nuoxing said with a faint smile. It was as if she was talking to the crystal but also to herself. The six-colored crystal fell silent. This answer was rather strange, but to Yun Nuoxing, it was a pertinent answer. Congratulations, you have perfectly passed the second trial. Dream thoughts, the six-colored crystal said indifferently. However, this was the highest evaluation it had ever given. Since ancient times, there were only 7 people who had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, excluding the founder. Yun Nuoxing was the 9th. Every one of them had been tested by it. As for the second trial's dream thoughts, no one had passed it, except for Yun Nuoxing. Dream thoughts would show the deepest desire and hope in the person's heart. It was the highest realm of peace and happiness. These 7 people couldn't break free from it, even if they knew that it was a dream. What will happen if I fail? Yun Nuoxing asked. Nothing will happen. The first 2 trials are a kind of training. If you pass it, it means that the training has been perfect and there will be a reward. If you don't pass, there will be more training, the six-colored crystal said. What reward? Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up slightly. Then, she came to her senses. She seemed to be holding something in her hand. She quickly lowered her head to look at her palm. There was a colorful bracelet lying there. This is... Yun Nuoxing looked at the bracelet in surprise. This is the extra reward for the first trial, battle. By the way, the last giant beast was at the level of a god-emperor. This was also determined by the energy you released before, the six-colored crystal said indifferently. This is why you gave me a god-emperor giant beast? Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt a little speechless. He thought that the giant beast was at the peak of the underworld emperor level. He didn't expect it to be at the level of a god-emperor. Did he bring this upon himself? Other than the person who created this Heart Sutra, the other 7 people all went through the trial. However, the strongest summoned beast at the last stage of the first trial was the one you summoned. At that time, there was a god-emperor powerhouse who only summoned a beast of equal strength to him. The six-colored crystal seemed to be mocking him. Actually, it's the same. There's no punishment even if you don't pass. Fine. I brought this upon myself, but at least I passed. So, what's the reward? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and asked in annoyance. The reward for the first trial is 2 formations. One of them is the Black Prison Prisoner Beast. It's a summoning formation. It's around the 8th stage of the divine rank. The other one is the Gravity Formation that you forcefully shattered. It's only at the level of a divine rank heaven restriction. Moreover, you have to figure out how to activate the heaven restriction yourself. Before you activated it, it was only a 5th stage divine rank formation. Of course, it can be upgraded to a divine rank heaven restriction. This depends on your luck, the 6-colored crystal said indifferently. That bracelet is the soul stabilizing bracelet. It's the extra reward for the first trial. It's a token of the stars in the starry sky. You'll know what it means in the future. As for its original use, it's to tie up hair. Yun Nuoshing almost rolled off the bed. Tie up hair? I'm kidding. The 6-colored crystal couldn't help but laugh. It let out a string of tinkling sounds like silver bells. The soul-stabilizing bracelet can store energy. It's similar to a backup energy source. When you wear it, it can automatically absorb the energy that overflows from your body. This includes spiritual power and soul power. When you cultivate, it can also extract 1% of the energy and automatically store it. When the energy in your body is used up, it will turn into pure energy and return to you. If you take off the soul-stabilizing bracelet and crush it, the stored energy will explode out in one go. However, when the soul-stabilizing bracelet is crushed, it will follow the energy and enter your body. When it's repaired, it will come out again. That's right. The soul-stabilizing bracelet is really used to tie up hair. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Who came up with the idea of tying up hair? As for the rest, you have to figure it out yourself. The 6-colored crystal smiled faintly. Then it said, as for the reward for the second trial, it's a divine rank. Stop. Let's discuss. Can we change it? Yun Nuoshing's face couldn't help but twitch. The art of burning soul could fuse other mystic arts and mental cultivation technique. He had already cultivated the art of flame demon burning heaven, the art of receiving spirit, and the glazed treasure mirror. Although the art of 6 paths of reincarnation was a mental cultivation technique related to the cultivation of the mind and soul, it was also fused together. For mystic arts and mental cultivation techniques, and one mental cultivation technique, was there any need to cultivate in the future? No. The 6-colored crystal said faintly. All right. If you can't change it, then you can't change it. What Xian art is that? Let me guess. Is it related to dreams? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's handsome face immediately turned into a crying face. He couldn't help but mutter. All right, 5 Xian art heart arts. In the future, his cultivation speed would probably be slower than a snail's crawl. N. The 1,000 dream heart arts. It's different from ordinary heart arts related to dreams. The 1,000 dream heart arts can create a dream world. The 6-colored crystal said softly. Chapter 494. Dream World. At the mention of the word world, Yun Nuoshing's heart was in turmoil. He knew that in this world there were many different subworlds, which were worlds similar to parallel world. Of course, the difference between a parallel world and a parallel world was that a parallel world was a replica of the original world, while a subworld was different from the original world. The source world is the world you live in. This is also the basic world, also known as the origin world. Below it, there are many different secondary worlds. The boundary world is a mirror world created by a boundary. It can show the boundary that exists in the source world. If you want to escape into the boundary world, you need to be a formation grandmaster with very high attainments in formations. The boundary world is also a mirror world created by a boundary. Only its creator can enter that world. For ordinary boundary worlds, the door is a boundary array. Individual boundaries are the key to open the door to the boundary world. It's very difficult to cultivate. The dream world, of course, the definition of this world is very vague. This secondary world can only be entered in a dream. Moreover, it needs to be guided through a special method. The dream world is not necessarily the same as the source world. There may be a big difference. There are similar worlds, such as the mirror world, the elemental world, the spiritual world, and so on. Some worlds have many people who abide by the rules of the secondary world to survive. Of course, some worlds have no life or very little life, such as the boundary world. The six-colored crystal spoke with assurance. Yun Nuoshing held his forehead and felt that his head was trembling. This world has been ruined. How are the secondary worlds born? Yun Nuoshing asked. Most of them are created by humans. The creator is in existence in the rebirth state. The six-colored crystal said. Well, this answer was already known in his heart. People at this level could not be looked at with conventional eyes. Yun Nuoshing's head hurt again. He could not help but sigh and asked again, there are so many secondary worlds. Has anyone created the source world? No, or to be exact, no one, not even the gods can create the source world. At most, they can create a secondary world, using the blueprint of the source world. In the end, even if it looks very similar to the source world, no matter how perfect it is just a small world. No one, no god can create the source world. Even the parallel worlds are just a type of mirror world. They exist naturally and look very similar to the source world. The source world is the foundation of all secondary worlds. How can it be replicated? The six-colored crystal said with an unquestionable voice. Yun Nuoshing's mind was filled with stars. He could even see a few stars spinning in front of him. He always felt that they would smash him in the next second. What was this and what? Don't say any more. Let's go back, go back. I'm going to faint. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly reached out and stopped the six-colored crystal from continuing. He felt that if he did not speak, the six-colored crystal would talk to itself for a whole day. Oh. The six-colored crystal responded and then said, the Thousand Dream Sutra can create dream worlds. These dream worlds will be stored in your dreams. Of course, they can also be erased. The effects of these dream worlds are up to you to experience. The type of dream world depends on the type of world you want to create. Of course, these dream worlds that you create are not secondary worlds and have nothing to do with that dream world. Only the small world that you create is perfect enough and different from the source world can be called a secondary world. However, the difference here does not refer to the difference in appearance, but to the difference in rules. All right, I'm begging you, don't say any more. Yun Nuoshing covered his face. If this continued, he might die here. The six-colored crystal snorted and said arrogantly, young man, listen to more of other people's knowledge. Now, it's equivalent to you knowing about the divine rank in advance. Moreover, many gods don't even know about these things regarding the world. Even if they know, how can they know more than me? I know. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He knew that this knowledge was very precious, but telling him so much at once was like throwing a pile of stones into the river. Moreover, these stones were incomparably huge. If it was just a small stone, it might splash a ripple and disappear, but a pile of large stones would make the river incomparably chaotic, if you know. The six-colored crystal sighed and threw down a few things. Then it said, then hurry up and cultivate. Once you're done, I'll let you out. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was startled. He seemed to have forgotten the time. How long has it been since I came in? If we count what your consciousness has experienced, including the dreams, it should be around 10 years. Yun Nuoshing spat out a mouthful of water. Don't worry. If we don't count the dreams, it's been half a year. You killed for half a year in the first test. Then, Yun Nuoshing wanted to say something. But, those are only what your spirit and soul are experiencing. The six-colored crystal interrupted him and continued, 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 paths of reincarnation. You're currently experiencing reincarnation, which is different from your physical body's time. If you want to count, it's been 2 days. Phew! Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, only 2 days had passed. Then, the mystery dragon ritual would begin in 3 days. At least he didn't miss it. Seriously, among those who cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, you're the weakest. You can't even tell such a small thing. The 6-colored crystal couldn't help but look down on him. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. I'm the weakest? Then, who's the weakest after me? Yun Nuoshing asked unhappily. No matter what, he had defeated an Emperor God-level summoned beast. How could he be the weakest? The weakest after you is just a Shunming. By the way, let me tell you, the strongest is an Emperor God-level master, the 6-colored crystal said calmly. This made Yun Nuoshing smile even more bitterly. It seemed like he had learned it too early. He might have broken the bottom line. Oh right, the reincarnation disc's engraving. Someone told me that it's a key. How do I use it? Yun Nuoshing asked again, recalling what Xian Yin had told him before. The reincarnation disc's engraving. You can only use it after you've experienced all the trials. Now is not the time. There are a total of 9 tests. I'll tell you about them while I'm at it. Battle, dream, element, perception, cultivation, willpower, spirit, soul, unknown. Unknown? What the hell is unknown? What the hell is unknown? Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of the unknown? Because no one has gone there. If you don't complete all the trials, the final trial won't open. The engraving is also useless. It's useless. The 6-colored crystal sighed. Caressing the 3 scrolls that the 6-colored crystal threw down, Yun Nuoshing was silent. After a long time, he asked, how many of the 9 trials did you pass the most? Other than the first 2 trials, which didn't have any effect, you can only continue to the next trial after passing one. The one who went the furthest was the Emperor God-level master. After going through the trial of willpower, he went crazy. The 6-colored crystal said ruthlessly, you have to be mentally prepared for what will happen in the trials here. Crazy. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Even the Emperor God-level master could only go to the 6th trial. How could his willpower be weak when his cultivation reached the Emperor God level? But he was still crazy. He really didn't know what terrifying things would test him there. Sighing, Yun Nuoshing didn't ask any more questions. He threw away all the distracting thoughts and took a few deep breaths. When his mind calmed down, he pressed the 1000 Dream Heart Sutra scroll on his forehead. His mind was completely immersed in it. What he didn't see was that when the 1000 Dream Heart Sutra was pressed on his forehead, the 6-colored crystal suddenly trembled. A bright light burst out from it, illuminating the vast grassland. In the distance, hundreds of light pillars shot up into the sky. The blue sky suddenly turned into a dazzling color. The different shapes of the clouds changed in an instant. Even the ground trembled slightly. It seemed like an earthquake was about to happen. Hiss, seeing such a huge phenomenon, the 6-colored crystal let out a cold gasp. The 1000 Dream Heart Sutra and the 6-Path Reincarnation Sutra were 2 heart sutras that existed side by side. When learning the 1000 Dream Heart Sutra, the person who cultivated the 6-Path Reincarnation Sutra would be tested to see if they were suitable to cultivate these 2 heart sutras. And from the looks of it, this Heart Sutra didn't seem to be suitable for Yun Nuoshing, his samsara disc. The 6-colored crystal suddenly turned a circle. At this moment, a black light lit up on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Even without the reincarnation mirror, he could clearly see the samsara disc in his soul. That deep, dark samsara disc. If he zoomed in, he would see black engravings densely engraved on it. This made the 6-colored crystal let out a cold gasp. No wonder someone told him that the engravings on the samsara disc could be used as a key. This person has been reincarnated for at least 10,000 lifetimes. In the past, even the reincarnation emperor didn't reincarnate as many times as him. The entire samsara disk is black. The six-colored crystal murmured in shock. It seemed to have frightened itself quite a bit. I'm really curious about who this person is. If he has been reincarnated for more than 10,000 lifetimes, he must be at least a powerful person from the ancient times. Maybe he is even a god from the ancient times. The six-colored crystal let out a sigh. However, the six-colored crystal didn't do anything. Just as it was about to float to the door, it saw a burst of white light on Yun Nuoxing's body. This made it stunned for a moment. It quickly turned its gaze and saw between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. There was a silver-white mark that was slowly shining with a dazzling light. This time, it directly made a sound like it had spat out water. The mark of a god. Good Lord, he has a god protecting him. He is one of the destined ones in the big world, and he is also one of the reincarnators in all the lifetimes. This time, the six-colored crystal was truly frightened. The chosen one only existed in the great world, and they were a very special group of people. There was no need to describe them in other words, only one sentence was enough. Their guardian was a god. Is it the big world again? How many years has it been in the outside world? The karmic reincarnation has been going up and down for tens of thousands of years. The needle of time has turned round and round, and the world has been reincarnated again and again. Those reincarnations that have not passed away, where are they now? The netherworld is the home of the gods, and reincarnation is the journey of all souls. Where should we go in this life? Chapter 495. In the imperial palace of Long Lan, Yun Nuoxing and the others were staying at. After Yun Nuoxing fell into a deep sleep after cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, no one dared to approach the person on the sofa. Yi Shi and the others were still working hard in the secret room. Without the evil spirit eye, it was very difficult for the 4 of them to fuse talismans, arrays, and charms together. Fortunately, Xian and Yun Nuoxing had gone to the Yun family. Moreover, her comprehension was actually very good. In a short 2 days, she had comprehended 8 and even 9 talismans. Now, it was her turn to teach Yi Shi and the others. As for Yi Shi, after listening for 10 minutes, she completely understood. She had studied charms before and knew some very important things. Charms and talismans were somewhat similar. Since that was the case, she only needed to know the differences between the two to be able to link them together. Therefore, after she understood, she threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's career. Since she didn't have the evil spirit eye's ability to see through everything, she would try it one by one. She would convert the talismans into energy lines, convert arrays into energy lines, and then randomly mix them together. Thus, it exploded. Boom! Hearing the violent explosion coming from the secret room, Xian, Yuan Shi, and Qin Yan all shrunk their neck. Ever since Yuan Shi returned, he could hear extremely violent explosions coming from the secret room from time to time. Although every time he rushed in, Yi Shi was completely fine. However, the walls were always blasted with large and small holes. However, later on, they got used to it. They were used to drinking tea calmly and chatting calmly amidst the explosions, so much so that they couldn't cultivate calmly. They could only bitterly smile and pray that Yun Nuoxing would wake up soon. Otherwise, Yi Shi would probably blow up the palace. Under Xian's patient guidance, Yuan Shi and Qin Yan spent 2 days to thoroughly understand the talismans. This was not difficult for them. The key was to understand how to convert mystic skills and other things into energy lines. Once they understood, it would be easy. I feel that if I go take the Immortal Ranked Array Formation Master Examination now, I'll definitely pass. Yuan Shi took a sip of tea and smiled confidently. At that time, I can find Little Star to be my sparring partner. Yuan Shi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Little Star has learned quite a few divine-level formations, Xian teased. When the time comes, I'm afraid it won't be about who wants to be a sparring partner, But let's guess how many days young Master Yuan will be bedridden. Qin Yen couldn't help but laugh. Although she was a little confident that she could take the array master examination, she felt that she didn't have much talent in array masters. Therefore, she didn't plan to delve too deeply into it. However, after learning how to convert mystic skills and mystic arts into energy patterns, she felt that this trip wasn't in vain. This would be of great help to her future mystic skills. Tomorrow is the mystery dragon ritual, and little Star still hasn't woken up. Is there really no problem? Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sleeping peacefully on the sofa with her eyes tightly shut. Xian was a little worried. During this time, Zai didn't come out to say anything. Yi Shi only said that she was fine, and then went to study talismans like crazy. Little She said that Little Star is cultivating a kind of reincarnation heart mantra. Have you heard of any heart mantra related to reincarnation? Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Xian and Qin Yen both shook their heads. They had never heard of any heart mantra related to reincarnation that could make people fall into reincarnation. Even Yi Shi didn't know what Yun Nuoxing was cultivating. She only knew that it was related to reincarnation. This kind of heart mantra, I'm afraid it's at the divine level. Reincarnation is the biggest secret. No one knows what reincarnation is, only that it exists. Qin Yen thought for a while, then said, in an ancient book of the Qin family, there was a person called the Reincarnation Emperor. He was very talented and saw through reincarnation. He even fought his way to the demon world and stepped into the divine realm. He was a very powerful person. He cultivated a very strange heart mantra related to the soul and spirit. He wanted to use the power of reincarnation to fight his way to the reincarnation realm, but because his obsession was too deep, he went crazy. He was a peerless figure from the last era. I remember him too. Yuan Shi suddenly stood up, cleared his throat, and let out a dry cough. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, I used my body to suppress the eternal reincarnation realm. From now on, I am a god in all the realms. Qin Yen nodded and didn't refute. That was the highest praise for the reincarnation emperor in that era. He had stepped into all the realms and never tasted defeat. He used his body as a seal to suppress reincarnation realm. Even though he had already disappeared, hearing this description still made people's hearts surge. However, in that era, there were very few people who could reach the level of the reincarnation emperor. Moreover, it had been a long time since anyone had stepped into the reincarnation realm. Perhaps this was the heavens being unfair to him. The heavenly Tao reincarnation realm was at its peak and then at its decline. How could he go against God's will? Mr. Yun. Just as the three of them were surging with emotions, Yi Ding's voice came from outside the door. Xian and the others calmed down a little. They took a sip of tea and sighed softly. Then, Xian put down the teacup and walked to open the door. When the door opened, Yi Ding thought he would see Yun Nuoxing. But when he saw Xian walk out, he couldn't help but be startled. His gaze became a little absent-minded. Then, he hurriedly lowered his gaze and let out a dry cough. His delicate face was a little red as he said, Jun Luo Yi and the Emperor of Tianxian want to see Mr. Yun. If there are any problems, I will reject them. When Xian heard this, he turned around to look at Yun Nuoxing. Then, he saw Yuan Shi and Qin Yen turn around and look at him in confusion. After thinking for a while, he said, Tell them that Little Star is currently in a deep sleep. If there's anything important, they can tell us. It's the same. Yi Ding nodded. Then, he let out another dry cough. His gaze unnaturally stole a glance at Xian before he turned around and left. Xian felt that it was a little funny. He helplessly shook his head and simply stood at the door to wait. After a while, two people walked over. When Xian saw them, he nodded at Jun Luo Yi and Jun Luo Yi. Then, he walked into the room. The two of them followed him in. Little Star is cultivating. Don't touch him for now. When Yuan Shi saw the two of them come in, he said indifferently. Then, he added, if you're not afraid of going crazy. Jun Luo-yi and Jun Luo-yi nodded and sat on the chairs opposite the sofa. He originally thought that the two of them were going to talk about something very important. In the end, they came to ask about the Divine City. Yuan Shi thought about what Yun Nuoxing said that day. Then, he basically repeated what she said. When Jun Luo-yi and Jun Luo-yi heard this, they were very surprised. The commotion was not any smaller than Yi Ding and the others. Even Emperor Tianxian had a look of shock and yearning. When Yuan Shi saw that Jun Luo-yi wanted to say something, he waved his hand and said, "If you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it." Hearing this, Jun Luo-yi nodded. She took a deep breath and slightly clenched her jade-like hands. After a while, she said, "May I know what attracted young Master Yuan to the Mystic Dragon continent?" "Attracted? Nothing, we just came here to have some fun and to train our hearts in the mortal world. Understand?" When Yuan Shi heard this, he laughed and touched his forehead. Then, he said, "Small worlds, that is your Mystic Dragon continent. In the past, they could be seen everywhere in the God realm. However, with the changes of time and the passing of time, there may be many small worlds now. However, most of them are hidden and hard to find. We also came across this place by chance and came here to have some fun. However, it seems that you don't believe me?" When he finished speaking, he saw Jun Luo-yi looking at him with a faint smile. Yuan Shi felt a headache coming on. Indeed, as Yun Nuoxing said, this girl seemed to be overly intelligent. However, there was no other way. Who asked them to be so strict in the beginning? Originally, they were about to go to the God realm, but they were forcefully pulled back and forced to participate in the Mystic Dragon ritual. "Young Master Yuan, don't worry. We're just worried about the Mystic Dragon continent. Our relatives are still here. Please understand," Jun Luo-yi said lightly. Yuan Shi nodded and said casually, "It's nothing. We're just here to participate in the Mystic Dragon ritual. It's up to you to believe it or not." Hearing this, Jun Luo-yi could not help but frown. However, when she saw Yuan Shi's calm eyes, she could only sigh softly. She still did not believe him. She did not believe that these experts would come here aimlessly to participate in the Mystic Dragon ritual. "Well, anyway, we are indeed here to participate in the Mystic Dragon ritual. However, we still want to see if the so-called sacrificial fire is the spiritual fire. I can't tell you that your sacrificial fire will be taken by us, right?" Yuan Shi laughed bitterly in his heart. Skipping this topic, Yuan Shi and Jun Luo-yi talked about this world's forbidden land. They even asked if it was true that there was a passage to the God realm. However, their answers surprised Yuan Shi and the others. It was true that the forbidden land could lead to a second world. Moreover, there were people who came back alive to prove it. "I couldn't tell that you guys yearn for the God realm so much." Yuan Shi chuckled. He did not mean to look down on them. He just felt that it was a little strange. The people of the God realm yearned for a small world, while the people of the small world were thinking about how to get to the God realm. People of the martial Tao only pursue higher realms throughout their lives, Jun Luo-yi said softly. Jun Luo-yi said softly. When she said this, her beautiful eyes even had an extremely bright light, as if she was telling him about her will, her determination. "That world might not be suitable for you guys." Yuan Shi glanced at her. He wanted to say this, but after hesitating for a while, he did not say it. He turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Then, his gaze paused. He saw that the latter's body had unknowingly become very bright. "Not good, retreat quickly." Yuan Shi furrowed her brows. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in her heart. She hurriedly yelled and enveloped the five of them with the wind element. With a flick of her hand, she directly tore down the entire wall and rushed into the small courtyard. Jun Luo-yi and Jun Luo-yi were shocked. At this time, before they could react, they saw two figures pulling her and the profound Sky Emperor respectively and flying toward the sky. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi directly lifted the entire secret room and was the last one to rush into the sky. Buzz! Yuan Shi, who was slightly behind, suddenly felt a terrifying energy coming from his back. He did not even have time to look back. He used all his strength to urge the wind element and flew toward the sky. As for Xian and the others, Mei Mao looked down at the sky in horror. The entire Dragon Mist royal family became slightly distorted in their sight. The connected palace became extremely distorted under their gaze. It was like a whirlpool that sucked in the entire royal family. Moreover, this terrifying whirlpool was still gradually expanding, gradually encompassing half of Dragon Mist City. In less than a minute, it had expanded to a size of 10,000 feet. Looking down from the whirlpool, everything became distorted. Brother Nua! Suddenly, a terrifying energy spread out from the secret room. Yuan Shi was so shocked that he hurriedly threw it into the sky. Then, the secret room suddenly exploded, turning into fragments in the air. Then, a petite figure suddenly rushed out and rushed to the top of the whirlpool in a few flashes. Xiao Shi, come back! Xian was shocked. She placed Jun Luo Yi beside Emperor Tianxian. Then, with a twist of her slender waist, she rushed toward Yi Shi. Don't come over! Yi Shi turned back to look at Xian and shouted. With a wave of her small hand, a strong spatial energy directly grabbed the former's petite body and sent her back to Qin Yan's side. Xian was slightly shocked. In the blink of an eye, she returned to where she was just a moment ago. She frowned slightly and wanted to rush out again. Seeing this, Qin Yan quickly pulled her back and shook her head at her. Young Master Yun might have encountered a problem in his cultivation. The power of reincarnation is not something we can touch. We can't even struggle out of it ourselves, Qin Yan said calmly. Xian heard this and her brows relaxed slightly. However, the uneasiness was completely written on her pretty face. Reincarnation. Jun Luo Yi and Emperor Tianxian frowned when they heard this. Did reincarnation really exist in this world? Jun Luo Yi helped Emperor Tianxian to Xian's side. She bowed slightly and said, "Thank you." Hearing this, Xian turned back and glanced at her. Seeing that she nodded at her, she smiled and nodded as well. Then, she looked down anxiously. That terrifying whirlpool twisted everything into vortexes of various sizes. Xian felt a destructive force from it. If she entered it, she would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Dark erosion. Yi Shi suddenly raised her small hand. Her delicate shout spread throughout the entire Dragon Mist City. Then, everyone saw a black magic formation suddenly appear in the sky, majestically covering thousands of miles. Following the appearance of the black magic formation, a black energy suddenly spread out between heaven and earth. It formed into balls and condensed in the air. This is the Abyss Shrine's great formation. Why would little she? Seeing this black magic formation, Yuan Shi recognized it immediately. Almost everyone in the God realm knew about the Abyss Shrine's reappearance a few years ago. He knew about the Abyss Shrine's great formation. Little girl, are you going to destroy me or some hypocritical inheritance? Just as the black magic formation was about to fall, a helpless voice suddenly came from below, startling Yi Shi, Xian, and the others. Just as this voice sounded, the reincarnation whirlpool that enveloped the entire city suddenly froze. Then, it slowly shrunk. In a few breaths' time, it shrunk from the size of the entire Dragon Mist City to a size of 3,000 feet. In the end, it disappeared. After the whirlpool disappeared, the distorted scene below also returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Yi Shi and Xian still heard some panicked voices coming from below. It seemed that things weren't as normal as they seemed. In the space beside Yi Shi, a black figure accompanied by a ray of light suddenly appeared, causing the former to be stunned. Then, she felt herself being picked up and her head being rubbed by that annoying hand. However, she didn't slap that hand away. "Are you all right?" Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at Xian and the others with a smile. Seeing this, Xian and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Their figures quickly descended and came to Yun Nuoxing's side. When Xian looked into her eyes, she felt an inexplicable palpitation and absent-mindedness. In a daze, she seemed to see some illusory things. "Little girl," Yun Nuoxing called out softly, causing Xian's delicate body to tremble. Her mind was quickly pulled back by her. When she saw the former with an apologetic smile, she couldn't help but blush. With just a glance, she fell into an illusion. "Are you all right?" Xian asked with concern. She had touched Yun Nuoxing when she was cultivating and was forced to experience a reincarnation life. It was so real that it scared her. She kept feeling that she couldn't come back. However, when she came back, she saw that Yun Nuoxing had fallen into it. She was a little worried about him. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Only then did she see Jun Loi and Xian. She nodded slightly and said, "Let's go down and talk."